Joshy, you know how we do. Let's
Yes,
hit this
sir.
count off, right?
Let's get it.
Let's do it, baby. Ready?
3, 2, 1.
What is good, my friends? Welcome back to the Flash Brothers podcast. Welcome. Joshy and I, my name is Sam, and I'll be your host for today's show, joined as always by my brother, beautiful brother, roommate, dear friend, Joshy.
What's good, everybody?
What's good, bro?
How we doing?
Ooh, the Bon Meliodas.
Yeah.
Bring it down,
What did we call
baby.
that last time? The Flash Bros dap? Or
Yeah, Flash Dab?
Flash dab?
I don't think we did, but I like that.
Let's do it, yeah.
Should we? Yeah, Flash Dab?
Do you call it dab?
Dab?
It's dap.
Dab?
You dap someone up. That's crazy.
Shut
You're throwing some bees
up.
around, man.
Shut
That's crazy.
the front door, brother.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you dap someone up.
Okay, I will be
DAP.
straight up
Be honest
with you.
Be honest.
I have said out loud dab and thought it was dab for the entire 4 years I've lived here.
That's so funny because it's not like wrong. No one would call you out on that. But like technically it's a dap up.
Dap.
You're dapping someone up.
What's it from?
I have no idea.
No idea.
No
You just
clue.
know it's dab.
Yeah, you just dap people up.
Okay.
No, dap me up.
Okay,
man.
yeah.
it's
Because
like
this
that.
is something that I teach people at my bar because they're not really around. Like, I learned this in Dutch Bros, right?
I
And a lot
might
of,
look
like,
into the origin
Gen
of that.
Z.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, check it out because I've always introduced it as dab, and I'm like, yo, dab me up. Which, you're right, no one would even call out because it's almost like I'm dampening the sound, but I feel like you heard it right here. So,
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
Yeah, you fact check that. Let's keep this train going. Today marks season 2, episode 28 of the Flash Bros podcast. We're recording today is Wednesday, January 28th, which notoriously and infamously is the last day of February, except for this year and every 4 years.
Every 4 years.
Because it's leap year, baby.
That's right, baby.
So, yeah, exciting announcement. We talked about it a little bit on pregame, and that's what we just wrapped up before
we did.
We got to the show.
Yes, we did.
If you want to check that out, that is all in the wheelhouse of our Patreon page where we have our website. And
that's right.
And for Patreon sponsors exclusively.
Exclusive.
So if you're interested, check that out. We'll give a plug in a sec here.
I'd say also it's so much fun.
It's so much fun
because it's genuine. It's like we say on the pregame every time. It's just like a VIP lounge.
Yes,
that we just hang out
absolutely.
With. And it's real talk. It's even some things that we don't talk about on the cast. We talk about there. So if you're interested, hey, always worth checking out.
Always worth checking out. And as we kind of established even this last episode, it's kind of just a big off topic. It's just real talk as a mini-series between Joshy and I before we get diving into all these passions and things that we love
That's
about.
right, baby.
You know what I'm saying, Josh? So as we were saying in pregame, like it's going to be posted tomorrow as we have pregame on Thursdays, and that will be on January 29th, which is awesome because I'm sorry, February 29th.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's such a unique thing established like so early in where we're at the podcast and with that series where that's making history.
Agree.
Know? Yeah, we should call it like Legacy Leap or something like that.
I like
you know
that.
what I mean? Ooh, yeah, that kind of rings
so quick.
Hey, sometimes there's like a word bank that's just like floating back there.
Yeah.
You know, I do really like it. I will say I like it when like there's two words normally.
Yes.
And they almost sound like each other, or they are in tandem with each other in some way. Like you recognize it, right? I know it's in English, but like from what you get what I'm saying. I do. And even like if the letters start with the same letter, if the words start with the same letter, that's what I'm getting at, right?
Right.
Joshy.
Yes.
Let's catch up, my friend. How are we doing? What you said earlier, and last night, you're so excited to talk about games and what you've been playing. So I'm very excited to hear what you got to say.
So, this week, obviously, I've been trying to save a lot of money.
Yes.
And so I've been kind of trying to finish up games that I already have instead of investing money into games that that have just come out, essentially.
Yes.
And one of the biggest, one of my favorite series of all time, and at this point, it is, if there was an announcement for a new game, it would probably be the most excited I'd be for a video game to come out. I'm not even making a joke right now.
Okay.
And that series is Half-Life.
Dude,
so,
what the?
Dude.
I was not predicting, or really just, my mindset was not on this at all.
That series, which the Half-Life series includes Portal, because they're in the same universe. Exclusive. Yeah, you didn't know that?
In the same universe?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
I don't think I did.
So in the original Portal, you find out that the Aperture Laboratories is an exact competitor in the universe of Portal to Black Mesa, which is the research facility that exists
Half-Life.
In Half-Life, which is the catalyst to the whole story, is an incident that happens at Black Mesa. So Aperture Science is the I don't fucking know, I don't know, PS5 versus Xbox.
Sure.
Right? Yeah.
So Apple versus Microsoft.
Apple, yeah, exactly. Just like that.
Okay.
But they're research facilities, so they're trying to find, and both research facilities are trying to find the access to Portal technology that is furthering every single thing that is researched in in Aperture. And
I'm not gonna lie, from the outside, especially from not really playing much Half-Life. I played Portal, but it kind of has this like vibe for me of like a dystopian, the tech company rules the world vibe, because they develop the tech first.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's not really like that at all.
Okay.
The events of Portal 1 take place in a year after the events of the original Half-Life.
Got it.
And then Portal 2 takes place a ridiculous amount of years after the first one.
Got it. Okay.
Because of Chell, the main character, being put into cryostasis. And then at the beginning, you hear that there's like a voice intercom that's like supposed to be like super relaxing. But it's like, you have been asleep for, it'd normally be like 57 days, right? Something like that.
Totally.
But at the beginning, it's like, you have been asleep for 999999999. And it just gives like a ridiculous number of it's like we have no idea at what point Portal 2 is supposed to take place, because it's years and years in the future. The reason that Aperture does have that vibe of like the huge facility is because, I mean, it's all lore reasons, but it's essentially a removed piece of the world, because GLaDOS, the artificial intelligence that was created to oversee all these tests, literally flood the entire facility with neurotoxin, killing every single employee, and continuing this need to have tests that are taking place, because that's built into her code. She says it's like an itch that needs to be scratched, so she makes tests naturally and does for years and years on, and only has one person left. Which is Chell, the main character.
Okay.
So it's pretty removed, but even in Half-Life 2, you see some pretty big points that talk about Aperture. Okay. Essentially, super interesting.
I had no idea. That's really interesting.
Pretty interesting, right?
Yeah,
so that whole series is one of my favorite gaming series to ever exist. Not just lore-wise, but just the way it's played. Definitely. And they're two very different games. One's a puzzle game, and the other is almost this action-adventure shooter. But I don't think there's any other shooter you could play that is more fun than Half-Life. It's just fun. And that's something that I almost forgot, because I finally beat Half-Life 2.
No way!
So I'm done with the series. I'm actually not completely done with the series, because
Alex, right?
Alex is a game which I also started, and I'm 2.5 hours in. And first off, let me talk about Half-Life 2.
Yeah.
This game, I think I forgot because I put it down a minute ago, because I don't want it to be done. That's like one of the most fun games ever. Like, truthfully, in shooters, there's a lot of moments where I feel like the repetition of move forward, crouch, shoot, move forward, crouch. It's almost like a hallway, right?
Bless you. Oh, my man.
The way that Half-Life structures it is complete open free physics that you can, essentially you can tackle a solution in whatever way you want to.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that is incredible. That is a fucking like a feat of gaming to have a shooter that is consistently fun, consistently introducing new ways to play the game. And it's just incredible. I beat it. And one of the biggest reasons I didn't want to was I didn't want it to be over, but I also didn't want to be one of the people eternally waiting for Half-Life 3. And I get it 100% now. I beat it. It's left on this massive cliffhanger. Huge. To a degree where I'm like...
That you didn't know until...
I knew of it, and I knew it was like, okay, after that, we need Half-Life 3. But I didn't know all the specifics, and I didn't really know what it was. But I'm now there. I'm literally like researching, like, is there any news of Half-Life 3? Is there some kind of like information coming out with Half-Life 3? So far, I mean, there's not much, but because of Alex and because of everything that we learned from there, it's huge. This game, first off, Alex, which I've been diving into, incredible. It's the best. It's the best VR game ever made. I almost feel spoiled right now playing it because I was on the store the other night looking for like another type of game like that. They're all so like segmented, or they're party games, or they have some kind of thing to it. This is the first ever high budget, huge. I literally remember having a point. First off, it's one of those games where I'm almost acting with it. There was a part where I was riding in this car and I was like moving in real life to it because it's that immersive. I just am.
It's all VR, right?
It's all VR.
Yeah, okay.
Completely VR. You play from the perspective of the character Alex from Half-Life. And it's like, first off, animations of people are incredible. The way the everything looks is incredible.
Especially probably coming off of 2, right?
Absolutely.
Which isn't ugly.
No, it's not, but
older.
it's definitely older.
Right.
You absolutely can see that, and that's so funny you say that because you start off in City 17, which is where Alex lives and where the whole game takes place, but it's this brand new shift of perspective because not only is this game a VR game, it's incredible looking. It looks amazing. I don't know how it's possible. I'm not even kidding. I don't know how someone could make a VR game this good. I don't see it as like something that will consistently happen. I don't see it as it almost feels like this will forever be the greatest game unless something comes by and blows it. The physics are amazing. I don't know the right word, but the weapons and the system in which you use everything is amazing. It has like that kind of collectible feeling of like the original game, but it also is just terrifying also because as playing as Gordon Freeman, you have your hazmat suit basically. Right. I don't know the exact. I forget what the HTV suit.
HTV.
I believe so.
Okay.
HTV suit. And you're kind of a beast when you're there because it neuralizes toxins, like all these things, right? You have a bunch of guns. In Alex, it's almost like playing as an average person in the world of Half-Life, which is terrifying because the world of Half-Life is filled with shit that no human should be able to survive. Right. And so not only am I loving the shift of perspective, but the literally being able to walk through the City 17 and see all these things that I recognize from this game, it not only wants there to be a Half-Life 3, so much more, but this whole perspective is an incredible shift that any fan of the game will automatically just love for what it is. And that's not even considering everything that it does as a game and as a VR game. So I am hooked. Man,
that makes me feel amazed. Good. Honestly, like
I can't believe how
not from someone even from a Half-Life fan or even like I have PSVR. We talked a little bit about that on pregame. Sure. And nothing really in me is. I'm a very, very big. This isn't just as a gamer, as a human being. For me, ease of usability is huge. Yeah. So I I even struggle with like bags and backpacks because if it's too complex and I can't get out of it and easily organize it the way that my brain will take it, I won't use it.
Yeah.
Okay, right?
Yeah.
So like VR, like how you have this whole VR setup, I almost live a little vicariously through you because that would be how I'd use VR.
Absolutely.
And I'm not willing to spend the money on it like right now because I know even with like, you know, it's this crazy thing. Being an adult, the more money you make, the less time you got.
Absolutely.
Right? So I got no time for VR.
Absolutely.
But I, especially like coming from you and how I feel like I understand you as a gamer and the differences between you and me, it's really cool. It's really fucking cool.
I'm happy you're
because
able to
I've wanted to hear first-hand experience about this game specifically since it came out.
I could not be more impressed. I don't know. And the most amazing thing is it's bringing something that affects... It's a prequel, but it brings something that affects the idea of the Half-Life universe. Yeah. And I don't really want to spoil, because to be honest, I think you should play it.
Definitely.
I really think you should play all the Half-Lives. It's so worth it. These games are fun. Like, they are seriously fun. I almost was expecting to go into it like... Oh, it's a classic. For sure. I gotta play it. For right? Sure. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I was amazed by what these developers do. And getting into the developers, these guys from the original team, which one of the most unfortunate things is that a lot of the original directors and actual creators of the original Half-Life series are no longer with Valve. They just don't work there anymore. They are in other companies. They're working different things. And I'm happy for them in every sense. Yeah. But it's one of the reasons we haven't gotten a Half-Life game. But after experiencing Alex, which it's a very different experience than Half-Life, for sure, it breathes Half-Life. It
still has like the essence.
It's the modern Half-Life. It's taking what you would do in a VR sense and just making it like everything you could ask for.
Definitely.
I am so into it. I'm seriously so into it. I also... Talking on the developers really quick, have you heard of Half-Life Lost Coast? Have you heard about this at all?
No, not at all.
So this was released after Half-Life, the original Half-Life 2. It was a year after they released this
before episode 2?
Before episode 1 and then episode 2. Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
So originally the way it was going to go, this was the plan, was they did Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 episode 1, 2, and episode 3, which was a scrapped game that was supposed to come out a year after.
Oh, that's honestly probably why I haven't heard of it. Because I got my wheelhouse of knowledge mostly from Orange Box. Yeah. And then from friends in that time period.
Yeah, so it was a game that never got made.
Got it.
It's the Half-Life 3 that was going to wrap up kind of the story arc, which is really interesting. But in between those games, that what was supposed to be the 3-parter in Half-Life 2 was something called Lost Coast, which is maybe a 15-minute experience, to be 100% honest with you. Oh,
really?
It's just this... it's kind of like what they did with the Bionis Shoulder feature connected.
Got it.
Yeah, where it was a scrapped level.
Yes.
But they revitalized it for just an experience.
A small experience.
It's a small experience of
but
literally.
You still play?
You play it, and it's got it. But its whole point was they turned it into a tech demo for their HDR usage, and they designed the whole level to be able to showcase what the later games and everything they've been working on. And they even have a commentary mode where you literally can walk up to things, activate it, and you'll hear the commentary of the... There's only like 14 of them.
Sick.
The developers, you get to hear him. Gabe Newell, he's talking about the whole experience of making Lost Coast, the lighting they made it, and the depth and the way your eyes work, and how they wanted to recreate that into the game. I played it both ways. I played it first time without the commentary. It's just a blast. It's a 15 minutes of just pure Half-Life fun.
Okay.
And it's seriously incredible. They even have like a character that like talks to you. That's like it's a whole experience. It's called Half-Life Lost Coast. It's completely free.
Yeah. Okay.
Seriously, just worth the fucking 15 minutes it takes to play it.
It's free.
Yeah, and it's free. So I got to play that, and I played both versions. I got the whole commentary, and I really got this insight into and they didn't just talk about the graphics and everything. They talked about how you design a shooter level, and they explained, they were like, this is called a courtyard, this is where a player would get to, and they would say it's kind of a breather for a second, but you see that there's places where enemies could show up, places are walled off, which makes your attention go to and I'm like, these guys are geniuses. They seriously know exactly what to do in game design in order to make, they were talking about like the structures and how they you want to create something that catches eyes, but also is a furtherment of what a place a shooter should have.
Yeah.
Just incredible.
I love that stuff.
Seriously, man.
I love it so much.
I was blown away. I played that a little bit after Alex, and I'm loving Alex. Wow. I literally cannot stop thinking about it. I've never gotten into a VR game like that.
Wow.
And I can see myself playing it again. I already re-downloaded.
You beat it.
No.
Oh, okay.
But I can already see myself playing it again.
Yeah.
It's one of those vibes where I'm like, I'm going through it and I'm loving it. It's got the achievements on Steam.
Oh.
So Steam VR isn't a separate thing. It's just an extension onto Steam, and I love it. I think it's so good. It's really easy to set this up. All you do is plug this special type of USB Type-C onto the headband, and then boom, headband, whatever the fuck this is called, the VR device. And getting into that a little bit more about the Steam VR, because I've been so excited to talk to you about this. Because Sam had no idea I'd even gone through this venture.
No. I honestly barely even knew what Steam VR was.
Yes. So it's the application in which you run through the Valve Index, which is their own personal VR device.
Right.
If you want a gaming experience that completely puts games at the forefront, is for gamers, is selected with achievements and all these ideas, Steam VR is there. And I am so happy that I've gotten to experience it, because I'm already thinking about getting other VR games to play on Steam VR, because it's exactly what I wanted the Oculus to be, and what we talked about a little bit in pregame is that shift that most VR ideas are going towards is not really the gaming idea. And so I am seriously amazed. If I need my fix of, I just want to be a gamer, I want to have that headset on, Steam VR is perfect. It's literally,
that's amazing,
it's everything you could ask for. It's everything I wanted, everything that I feel like people are going away from. They're literally in any VR headset that you have, Oculus, the Valve Index, even others. I don't know if there's many others. I don't know of them. But you can hook them up, and they work through Steam VR. It's not some exclusive thing that only works with the Valve Index, and I love that.
That's crazy.
It's perfect.
Yeah, it's almost like open source.
It's open source, and that is so amazing. That's amazing. Instead of trying to just sell the product, which is what Alex is for, technically, to show off the power of the Valve Index. It's making VR something more than just the experience of the Meta or Apple or any other, it feels like we're kind of heading towards.
Yes.
So it's amazing.
If I'm not mistaken, too, isn't the Steam Index or the Valve Index, then it's one of the more expensive ones, right?
It's about $1,000.
Okay.
About $1,000.
Yes. So
it's
then in comparison to something like what you have, which was $200.
It was $200 at the time. It's $300 now. But
right.
It was $200 at the time. Yeah.
Wow, interesting.
The Meta, when they rebranded it to the Meta Quest, they raised it up by $100.
That's what I thought. Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't think I ever acknowledged that, but I think I remember
bought this.
Hearing that you bought it for $200, and I was like,
$200 is a steal.
That's a steal.
That's a steal for VR. That's how and that's why I'm so disappointed with Meta. It's like, even just raising the price already is de-incentivizing people to get into VR. What you need is a cheap, easy to use, plug-inable conduit to the product that you sell. The product itself, truthfully, should not be the showcase. It's you got to get over that if you want a console to actually work.
Absolutely.
And so just
as Nintendo put it best, like in what we talked about last week, software's got to back it up.
Software needs to back it up. And so it's funny because when we were talking about these consoles and everything, I'm getting to a point where the VR is, I hope, going to be a viable point, because I also think with everything I've experienced so far in Alex, the story is going to be essential to what happens in Half-Life 3. It's so really.
You still think Half-Life 3 is coming?
I know it is now.
You know it is.
I know it is. Just because there are so many new models, there are characters that show up with brand new models, brand new styles. They created an entire City 17, and yeah, sure, it's for VR, but these details, it's too thought out. It's too thought out
for a tech demo.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's not a tech demo. It's a full game. It's if anything, I feel spoiled now. I was looking on the store the other night. I saw Assassin's Creed just did a game.
Right.
And I was watching the trailer and I was like, oh, this looks good. Because it's fully voice acted. They actually put time into it, just like it looked like with Alex.
Oh, yeah.
And a little bit of like disappointment sunk into me, because in the trailer I realized it was an episodic experience, kind of like Super Hot.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I'm like, oh, this isn't a story. And I lost all interest. But I would have, if I never experienced Alex, I would have looked at that game and been like, oh, this looks like a great VR experience. But Alex just blew the idea of what a VR game could be. It blew it out of the water. There is so much to it, and I'm hooked. I'm seriously hooked. I am thoroughly impressed. And yeah, Half-Life, if anything, it's staying on the forefront of my mind as of now, and I am now officially on the train of I'm waiting for Half-Life 3.
Half-Life 3.
I need it to come.
Absolutely.
So that's what I was so excited to tell you about. There's some really,
I had no idea.
Really, really cool stuff that
that's really sick,
I'm
bro.
learning.
Can I tell you more? I went to two places with my headspace on everything you were saying. Yes. One was almost like a parallel with Halo, which is, you were talking about there's just such a gap between the original team finishing what the last one released by the original team is Half-Life 2 Episode 3?
Episode 2.
Episode 2.
Yeah, because 3 never
You're right.
saw the light of day.
Never saw the light of day.
Yeah.
So it's almost, just looking back on history's sake, in our wheelhouse of video games, right? I'm thinking of Rare. I'm thinking of the Halo as a series, Bungie specifically, and then Bungie making Reach, and then we're done. It's going to another team. The team having the same essence and spirit, or so they say. We're going to call the team 343. We're going to have some people who are coming from Bungie to work for us. Not the main guys, but some people, right?
Some people coming back.
Yeah, and for me, that I can relate specifically to Halo, because I was so into Halo at the time. Even you were talking about the documentary part of the commentary, right? There's this whole series that Bungie, pre-DLC, all this, when they were making Halo 3 for 360, they documented the whole kind of development process. So they'd have I don't even remember exactly how it went down, and I honestly didn't really follow it personally. I followed it through my friendship group. So I had one guy who was a die-hard, I'm going to be a software engineer and work for Bungie out of high school guy.
Wow.
So he was always telling me about they just dropped a new, I don't even remember what it's called, Vidoc, I think, or video documentary.
Oh, yeah.
Vidoc about Halo, or Bungie just dropped this new video series, and they were describing, the development process behind Halo 3, and it was this feeling of if you're a Halo fan, which I was, and I never really gotten into politics behind gaming up until this point. Sure. Hearing he said, she said, Microsoft, Sony, whatever. But this was watching a video, watching the developers, watching their passion behind talking about their product. Right. And talking about the thought that went into this building and this weapon and this character. Absolutely. Right? Fascinating. Yeah. And I remember being wow, there's such heart and soul here.
Right. But to add on to that,
yeah,
that idea, you're 100%. It's fascinating, but at the same time, you're probably like, it makes sense.
It makes
because
sense.
This game is so good.
Yes.
You don't just make magic out of nowhere.
No.
That just doesn't happen in movies or TV shows. You need to know what you're doing. And, to even like, I can't remember if I said this last week, but I finished The Bear. Did I tell you about that? Yeah.
I think you did say that. Yeah.
Like that, I've been watching videos just dissecting like how amazing this show is. Because it works. The people who are writing it know what they're doing, and there's no accident about that. These actors know what they're doing. They're amazing actors. I'm finding out this show has won like 5 Emmys, and I'm like watching the speeches.
Shit.
The main actor, you really like him.
I love him. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, I don't remember.
But he's lived.
Alan White.
I think you're right.
Alan White.
I think it's Alan White.
Yeah, I believe
that sounds really familiar.
Honestly, I'm gonna check it right now. But
check.
Alan White, this guy. Won like a couple Emmys for his performance, and they're
good on him, bro.
Yeah, but it's also
Seriously.
like, oh, that makes sense.
It makes sense.
Yes, of course.
His heart is in it.
Of course.
Yes.
That's what makes sense. That's the
Absolutely.
things that
So, like, kind of like segueing, like
it's Jeremy Allen White, by the way.
Jeremy Allen White. Yeah. Okay, Jeremy White. Okay, got it.
He's also he's 33. Remember we talked about that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy because he literally like upholds like a 17-year-old vibe so well.
In the show, I thought he was like 25 max. I'm not kidding,
right?
Because he just has a young vibe to him. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, I want to like segue into another point here, which is that then fast forward to not even where we are now with Halo, but even earlier, like when they first started 343, they remade Halo 1.
Yeah.
And then they actually made their own Halo game, Halo 4.
Right.
And then Halo 5.
Right.
Everything in me, because of my own like bias towards the series and everything I just told you about, Halo 3 and Halo Reach, some of my favorite gaming experiences ever.
Yeah.
And I thought, wow, like I might not even be a Nintendo gamer anymore. Or Pokemon or Zelda. This is community, this is heart, like all these things. And also at the time Wii wasn't doing so hot, right? So it was like it was all in tandem.
Yeah.
But go to what has become of Halo, bro. Half-Life Alyx is not what happened to Halo, right? Like it was very much like, wait, what about all the heart? It's missing.
Yeah.
It's something in me. I wanted to love Halo 4.
Yeah.
I wanted to love Halo 5. I couldn't.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just me. Me and all the boys. For sure. We like all got on the train and then
they were like, this is not it. Because guess what? It was, you could see it. You could feel it. There's a huge
I could feel it.
And you know what? That's one thing I'm really happy about with the Half-Life series. It's not oversaturated with junk. They said we are not capable of making one of these games, and therefore we won't.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to recreate this team or whatever. I don't know how they're able to do it with Alyx, because they're able to recapture this magic that worked. It's very different, obviously. A VR game is never going to be the same as a first-person
For
shooter.
sure.
It never will be.
But I think that's one of the more fascinating parts.
Absolutely. And it's also the reason why I think there's a Half-Life 3 coming. They would not put this much effort into this game if it was a one-off. And if they were able to recapture this magic, it's not a one-off. It's not some VR team working on it. It's a project that will lead to the next project. And truth be told, I believe it'll be coming in the next 3 years. That's what I'm saying. Not trying to stick with threes.
Could you imagine?
I'm telling you, it would be one of the biggest gaming releases of all time. Half-Life 3. Imagine that as a title. People would be pulling out their PCs, dusting off the
people who
dust,
aren't gamers
would hear Half-Life 3 and say, I gotta check this out. People who even just know it as the meme, like I did for the longest time, would say, okay, what's the value in this? I got to play the other games, all these things. It would be, and you could sell it for $70, I would pay for it.
Absolutely.
You could sell it for
$80.
I would pay $80 for that game right now, especially with the fucking graphics of dude, Half-Life, if you look at some of the animations for Half-Life Alyx, you are amazed. These characters stand in front of you, right in front of you, and if you move positions, they look at you and they're talking to you the entire time. Just serious tech that I'm just like, this is a whole new gaming experience. I've never experienced something like this, and I've been a gamer my entire life.
That's honestly crazy, bro, because the second point really that my brain was going to was my experience with Pokemon Go. And a big, really like anchoring into a specific, like what I'm getting at for a point is the feeling I had when I really started like thinking about pulling out my phone to play Pokemon Go. When I was looking at this gaming phone experience that I've never had before, and that as a gamer, I thought I could never have.
Totally.
I would never want that.
Totally.
Because I'm not that type of gamer.
Right.
And how much... I'll get into Pokemon Go in a sec, but like the feeling that I felt, you're almost describing it in such a different way of like all these things. Like of like, you were saying there's no way I could enjoy this to this level.
Right.
And you are. Right?
Absolutely.
It's honestly amazing.
I going into Half-Life completely, it just keeps blowing my mind because every time I pick up the game, when I first picked up Half-Life, when I first picked up Half-Life 2, and even now with Alyx, it's this idea of, okay, well, I'll play this, right? And I'm just blown away. Alyx, unreal. I would never expect myself to be as into... I played that game for just hours straight. Like I haven't been able to because of work, obviously, and I don't want to come home and, not enjoy the experience as much. But I'm definitely playing it tonight. Yeah. Like I'm like, there's no question on those ideas, and I've never been put in a position like that. And it's almost like when I first got Spider-Man 2 on the PS5, where it's like, I am looking forward to nothing but coming home, sitting down on the PS5 and playing that game. That was my PS5 experience of like, this console holds so much value because of this game that exists. And so it's just a game changer, to be honest. It's already put like VR way above what I expected it to be. If anything, I wish other companies and other would go full ham on the VR the way Valve did. Honestly, I think so far with Alyx, it stands with some of the best games produced by Valve, which is so exciting because I played all these games, all these Half-Life games, and they've been released over years. The first Half-Life game was in the 90s, right? It's an older game.
I can't believe it's that old.
It is, of course, though. But I remember even the logo for Valve. Do you remember the logo for Valve? The bald guy, with the valve on the back of his head. When you first boot up Half-Life, it's a different logo, right? It's this guy in a suit with a valve on his eye. So and then you play Half-Life 2, it's the guy with the valve on the back of his head. Then you play Half-Life 2 Episode 1, and they do this thing where like the guy starts turning around. Do you remember that? He slowly starts turning around. And now there's a new logo with the Valve guy, but they do this like red print. It's amazing seeing it. And I'm like, you wouldn't create a new logo. You wouldn't do all these things if you're not cooking up something.
They're cooking.
They are absolutely cooking. Right. And so I'm so happy now to be one of the Half-Life fans who's experienced all the games. I can't wait to beat Alyx. I can't wait to know what's happening in the story. And also, Half-Life is a trippy experience. It's not just a guy with a gun. It's a whole, there's time, space, and these idea of border worlds, and, it's an experience. And so having it in VR almost feels perfect in the current experience that I'm having it. And so it's just amazing.
Yeah, no, it's so amazing. Dope because I feel like genuinely I'm getting this realization that you are the first real person or friend I have had who is experiencing this or has experienced it and is telling me about your experience. Yes. Everything else I've always read or heard about Half-Life, right?
For sure.
But actually, and I know what kind of gamer you are. Yeah. And you're not a play video games to waste time gamer.
Can't waste time.
No. And even what you're saying about you got to be in the right headspace because you play games for that feeling in the experience.
Absolutely.
You actually, it's not just games, it's anime. You do things for the experience, which is what I do.
I also was going to say, I would not recommend a game to you if I did not think you would enjoy it.
Absolutely.
And that's the truth, is that I wouldn't just say, oh yeah, I enjoyed it, you know.
Yeah.
You should play it, dude. I'm telling you, you need to play Half-Life because it's the most fun shooter I've ever played in my life. And also, like, you want to get lost in some lore, you want to experience a world that seriously feels lived in and has this history, and yet still upholds all these ideas. Like one of my favorite things. Have you ever heard of biopunk? You ever heard this? It's a style.
I have.
Okay, so everyone knows cyberpunk is the idea of like cybernetic enhancements, futuristic technology, Blade Runner-esque, right?
Yeah,
AIs that exist, those ideas. Biopunk is this different aspect where in the future, biological technology is almost just as important as physical metal technology, like circuit technology. So I'll try and explain that.
Yeah.
The idea would be almost like what was that one game? BioShock?
Yeah,
remember that
definitely.
one? So that idea that the enhancements you get to your character are biological mutations or genetic enhancements you do to yourself.
Literally,
you know what I mean?
They're called.
Exactly.
In the game.
That is one of my favorite styles. My favorite book of all time, All Tomorrows, is the entire idea of expanding on that.
Okay.
I've read that book like 3 times.
Yeah, and you've talked about that before.
Love it.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's just such a cool idea. And so the idea being that physical, biological, the technology of the universe, the genetic code, and the way that you can, if you splice those things, there are potentials to being more important as a tool than anything you could build. The idea being that even like this one idea of genetically altering a species so that its mind is huge and the most powerful thing, and it gets used as a battery, almost like the Matrix.
Yeah.
The way you use that's biopunk. That idea that a human would be a battery, biological technology is you can't create it out of like a computer would not be as powerful as a human is.
Right.
And so I've just been one thing that I love about Half-Life and Half-Life Alyx is they're really moving into that idea. The Combine, the people, the villains of the story, right? Are they use biological technology and workforce in a way that is more. It mixes this literal like circuitry with biological technology, and it might be a little disturbing at first where you're like, oh, what is that thing, right? Like that could be in your head of like, what is that? But it just builds this idea of just uniqueness and this idea of serious sci-fi that I think is more towards the darker aspect that I personally think is the most interesting sci-fi, because there's just a lot to it. So
there is.
Half-Life, I'm gonna wrap it up here. Half-Life is incredible. Half-Life 2, episode 1, 2, and episode
1, 2, 3, 4.
No,
5.
I wish. It's amazing. Alyx is amazing. VR has blown my mind now. There was a point where I was holding this picture that I just picked up.
Yeah.
It was kind of hidden too. And I forgot I was in VR. I don't know how to explain that experience. I've never had that experience.
No,
VR is usually like, oh, this is so cool for the technology.
Right.
I was holding the picture and I was looking at it. I was like, oh yeah, look at that picture. And I was like, that's not real. Like I literally had a moment where it was like, I can't even explain it in words. It was like I was looking at it and everything just looked right. The graphics are so amazing. There were fingerprints. When you shined it up on the light, there were fingerprints on it. And I was looking at it and I was like, oh yeah.
Wow.
That's a picture. I was like, that's a real picture. So anyway, blown away. I'm very much blown away by it. They like to geek. Take a whole bow, making a repeat.
Joshy.
Yes.
Was there anything else you wanted to bring up or catch me up on?
Hold up. There was something else.
Was it Power World?
Not really. I have also been playing Power World.
Yeah,
I'm always playing Power World,
cool.
Of course.
Yeah. I feel like you were going to be... Like, that's going to kind of be like a new, like, Animal Crossing style vibe for you and Pokemon style vibe. But it's almost like you play both of those games independently for different reasons. But Power World kind of maybe fills both of those holes.
I'd say so. It's definitely one of those things where it's like, it's always working towards something, you know? And so it's that vibe for sure. But it's also like not an immediate, like, it's if like, I want to play it.
Passive,
yeah.
Right?
A palsive.
Okay. Absolutely.
Yeah. Just one thing. Yeah. I just started watching Cowboy Bebop again.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like you just restarted?
Well, Azzy started it, and he was watching a bunch of it.
Oh, shit.
And he got pretty far, and I was like, dude, I need to finish it. Because I only have, like, from where I'm at now, I only have, like, 3 episodes left. And it's just so good.
How many seasons is it?
It's 1 season.
Really?
26 episodes and a movie.
I didn't realize it was that short. I thought it was, like, 2 seasons.
Nope. Like 1 season, baby.
Wow.
And it's it's a slow burner. It's like it's pretty episodic, and it it's pretty slow. It's slower than most, but it's amazing.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, such a fucking fire
It's
show.
funny you say that because I listen to a ton of lo-fi. Probably more than most of my music right now is lo-fi. Specifically because it's like that's the vibe I set in my room 24/7 for both Kendall and I.
Right.
It's just like there unless we're using the TV.
Right.
And it's what I listen to exclusively when I'm working.
Sure.
Like if I'm journaling, if I'm working on the podcast.
Right.
So I've been like kind of like building a playlist and kind of like if one comes on, similar to like what you got right here with Tears of the Kingdom, right?
Yes,
if the visual is great and the music fits a vibe and it's like the length is really good, I'll be like, all right, this is going on like my lo-fi work playlist. So one came on last night. It was Cowboy Bebop. And I've never seen Cowboy Bebop, but obviously like I'm like it said something like lo-fi and then like Cowboy Bebop style. So I was like, okay, whatever. My point is I'm getting at is still I don't really know anything about the show other than what I've heard from everyone who has watched it completely and the movie. It is a must watch and it's a classic anime.
It is a classic, no question. I would say the strongest suit of it is the vibe. The vibe is just unbeatable. It's world building without needing exposition or anything like that. It's like you jump into the world. Or like a big like
shonen exposition.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's really just the world you experience, you see. The music is amazing. It's so fucking good. It's jazzy. It's got this jazz feeling to it that I just love. It's all the characters are just so interesting and like seriously fun to watch.
Okay. So well, that would make sense.
I mean, look at that poster right there.
I love the artwork. I love the poster. The background.
That vibe is exactly the way that the show continues.
Yeah, I love that because the music was really good. Spoilers, I put it on my workstation, even though I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
But there was one song that came on, like, you know how, like, oftentimes the big playlists on YouTube, it's like a bunch of songs. Sometimes they credit them, sometimes they don't. But, like, it was one of those where it had, like, the song playing in the bottom. And you could, like, tell it transitioned. It had a little, like, music bar that was showing, right? And so it transitioned to, like, a third or fourth song, and it had it sounded like it was just like a quote from the show, like a direct dialogue exchange from one of the main characters, or maybe what's the main character's name?
Spike Spiegel.
Spike Spiegel.
Also another superhero style name, right?
Definitely.
Spike Spiegel, Lene Lovelady.
Oh.
Those kind of things.
No, you're absolutely right, yeah.
Yep.
So we're putting her on that level.
Absolutely.
It was really, I remember, like, I don't even remember what the quote was. I just remember hearing it. And then I'm like, I stopped working. I'm like, wait, Kendall, can you like go back to the beginning of the song? Yeah. And I listened to it again, and I was like, why does this make me want to watch the show?
Dude,
it's such a good vibe.
It's such a great vibe. I have this Instagram post with like all of us in it, right? from that day. And at the very end, so I have "See You Space Cowboy" as the tag.
Yes.
Which is what it says at the corner of every episode. It ends, fades to not fades, but it goes to black, and it says "See You Space Cowboy." ... Which is such a tough ass quote. But I put this one on here too, which is just a middle section. You know how they have like commercial like segments in anime where it'll like
yes,
Full Metal Alchemist,
yes.
like Full Metal Alchemist.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I know exactly.
So they would just like have jazz music and like flash like an image. This one was so tough because you see the way it's like put together, aesthetically. But it says the work which becomes a new genre itself will be called Cowboy Bebop. That's such a tough ass quote.
What the
Just
hell?
saying the show which will become a new genre in itself, it will be called Cowboy Bebop. That's such a cool fucking quote.
Yeah.
Why just have
very
that?
like self-aware.
Oh my god.
I love it.
It's just so good. It's
yeah,
just so
dude.
good. Such a vibe.
Let me catch up real quick.
Please
Let's dive in this episode.
Yeah,
so I want to say like two things that really came to my mind here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I really don't have a lot of gaming catch up for you. Because what's the only game I've really been playing?
Everyone say it.
Pokemon Go. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because convenience and everything else, but. I think I said last episode we were going into the week of what was called the Go Sinnoh Tour.
Yeah.
So now I know that they only really do... this event was so big, I thought it was just like, you know, there've been big events in the past that I've kept you and everyone following the cast caught up on.
Right.
But this Go Tour event, they do 2 of them a year. And they're the biggest event in Pokemon Go.
Damn.
And so this one was bringing a game-changing feature, which was the spatial rend, the time distortion, that whole vibe, right? And they even there's a remote raid pass limiter. So there apparently they didn't used to be. So that's a whole like fan controversy. But I've only played Pokemon Go for like 8 months.
Sure.
So apparently when I just started playing, it was literally during the event. But I didn't know because I'm brand new and that was very casual.
Right,
I didn't think I was going to like it as much as I do.
Sure.
So, you know what that event was? It was Primal Kyogre, Primal Groudon, and Mega Rayquaza.
Right.
Which they still haven't brought back.
Right.
And there's a hole in me in this game. Yeah. I need all 3 of them.
Of course.
Especially a shiny of any of them.
For the Groudon especially, I'd say.
Dude, they're all amazing.
Yeah, they are.
But the Groudon, I agree. Because I've had a shiny...
Rayquaza too, you're right.
Yeah,
the black.
amazing.
Oh my
but
God.
I've never had a shiny Primal Groudon, bro. Like
especially with that the design.
Everything.
Yeah.
So I did have a very big goal in this event. I chose the Pearl version, and I'm a shiny hunter, and that's like my biggest fulfillment in the game. It's two front. Raiding is my favorite part of the game, and so is collecting shinies and rares. So I really wanted from this event to get ideally a shiny Origin Dialga and Origin Palkia. I wanted a shiny of both, but specifically Palkia. Right. And design wise, I didn't really mention this last episode, but if you can picture the 2 designs in your mind, I love the Palkia design. I even love it more now that I can like fully look at the model and spin the model and have it be a buddy on my map and walk around. It reminds me of like Roman mythology and Pegasus and Hercules. That vibe.
It's epic.
It
is like I'm not even just trying to use that term. Like it's literally like an epic design.
It's so sick. Like even more so than the Giratina design. It's cool. Like Giratina? No question, Giratina. Yeah, there's like the altered form where it's a big beast, and there's the Origin form. That was like technically the first Origin, way before we got Legends Arceus, right?
Yep.
So seeing the Legend version of Dialga and Palkia, like. Dude, one of my favorite Pokemon designs ever, and I definitely appreciate it a lot more after this event.
Yeah.
However, I will say, I did not successfully achieve a shiny Palkia at all.
No.
In fact, I counted after the event, and I didn't even say, there's normally a 5 remote raid limit per day. There was no remote raid limit for Saturday and Sunday. So I did what I had a very busy weekend, right? Because of course it was during the busiest time at my work.
Have to, right? Yeah.
But I set my Pokewalker up and had it passively do its thing, and then I was raiding whenever I could. But I probably got... There was probably, if I was to, off the top of my head, I probably did like 6 Dialga raids and like 25 Palkia raids. Also, the odds for Shiny is 1 in 20. Damn. During an event.
Damn.
And my first Origin Dialga was a Shiny.
So you got a Shiny? No way.
I sure did. And honestly, I'll be real. I wanted the Shiny Palkia just to say it, like, just to have it. Yep. But have you seen the Shiny Palkia?
No.
It's a slightly pinker pink Palkia.
Okay.
So really, it's whatever. I don't actually... It's kind of like Garchomp.
Sure.
I don't really, like, care for the design too much. It's more of the collector in me.
The idea.
Mm-hmm. But...
I'm with you.
I'm very happy I actually got the Dialga. Because,
can I see it?
Yeah, I'll pull it up right now because I got some more stuff to show you from here. There was a little more during the event, too. There was like a re-releasing. They had Azelf, Uxie, and Mesprit show up in the wild randomly.
Nice.
There was like a...
Did you get them?
I didn't get Azelf, I'm pretty sure.
You got Mesprit and Uxie?
I did. Yeah, I got one in the wild, and I did a raid of each one, but their raids were only available for like a half day. So I only had like one shot at getting these guys, and when I went to go get Azelf, the raid was already gone.
Man.
I was a little bummied. Actually, here, right on my map right now, there's a little like, event right now. There's a little party hat on all the Kanto starters.
Nice.
And on Pikachu. But there was some more stuff that happened. There was unknowns. Unknown does not spawn unless there's an event happening.
Oh, shit.
And I only had like 2 unknowns of the whole alphabet. Yeah. Right? Then that's a whole like collector part of it.
Right.
So there's so many like layers to the collecting.
And there's 28 unknowns, right?
There is, right? Yeah. Because there's all the letters.
And there's an exclamation point, right?
So I think there's more because there's the exclamation point. Isn't there a
question mark?
Isn't there there's an O and then there's also like a circle?
Yeah, there's a circle one.
So okay, there was a few during the event that I got. Now I'll pull it up right now. So there was I think is that N or Z? I think it's N.
Yeah, I don't think it would be Z.
I think Z is a different design.
I'll look it up right now if you want to.
Yeah. So this all, by the way, is just like all of the unknowns that were like during the event. So I think I had just like the S unknown before, and now so I got like the U, the O, the N, the I, and whatever. Oh, you know what it is?
Huh?
It's H. I'm mistaken.
Oh.
Yeah, the O and the H look really similar, right? Like one has like it's not connected.
Yeah.
So I thought
it's just an explanation and a question mark.
You're right. So there's 28.
The 2, yeah.
So which one is this one? I want to know. The diagonal.
That is N.
That's N.
Yeah.
What does Z look like?
Z looks like that. It looks look like a Z.
It's like a little like rounder.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's unknowns happening, and then what's something you've seen in Pokemon Go that definitely isn't now the Pokemon? It's largely costume Pokemon.
Oh, okay.
Some exceptions.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. So there's a lot of these going on. So they did a really, really sick one for Pikachu. And I'm pretty convinced it's only ever going to be from that event. I don't know if they'll ever re-release it. But they gave there was 2 Pikachus that like came out for the event that had the main characters from Sinnoh.
The hat?
They had their hats.
Nice.
So here's one.
Oh, I love it.
Isn't that so cute?
Oh, I love it. It's adorable.
It's like the little what's their names? Dawn is the girl, right?
Dawn and I don't remember.
I have no idea.
I'll
know
look it
like
up
a lot of
as
like
well.
Like in Gen 3, it was Brandon, right?
Brandon
and May. Well, this is Dawn's hat, which is my favorite.
Oh, that's so cute.
That's so cute.
It's so funny that you got the boys hat on a girl Pikachu.
Honestly, I thought it would be the other way around, like it would force it to be a girl. You know what I mean? But no, it had the whole vibe.
It says Riley.
So
what's his name?
Oh, Riley.
Riley?
I think you're right. Yeah.
O'Reilly.
O'Reilly. So this is the hat from... Isn't this... I think this is the hat from Legends.
Yeah, that's the hat from Legends.
Right. So they brought back 4
Because the one in the other
hats.
one has a blue Pokeball on it.
Yes, and that's also from Legends.
Oh,
right?
that's the one from Legends.
Right.
So they probably had the blue Pokeball one too.
You're right. Which I have right here. There you go. So that's all 4.
Yeah.
So all
nice.
They had the new and the old main character, right? From like the Legends and the original.
Right.
And there was a possibility to be shiny. So my first ever shiny event Pokemon.
What?
I think my first actual event, if I'm being honest, I think it was that Pumpkaboo.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But this was like a costume Pikachu.
Yes. No way, and you got the shiny.
Yes, sir.
And it's a girl with the dawn.
And it's a girl.
I love it.
So Kendall was in a party with me when I got it.
Yeah.
So I first named her Kendall.
Yeah.
But I actually already have another Pokemon named Kendall that she traded me, and I was like, I really like to make like a clever name.
Right.
So, Pikachu's like a thunder Pokemon. Right. Or some might even say a spark Pokemon.
Sure.
So instead of doing like a Kenshu or something. Sparkle.
That's so, and it's spelled
like Kendall.
Yeah, like Kendall.
Exactly.
I love it.
Don't you think it fits the vibe so well?
Sparkle.
So Sparkle is now one of my favorite Pokemon I have.
So sick.
Which is so awesome.
I love it.
Honestly. And it's so cute. She follows me around the map. She's my buddy. And once I reach a certain level with her, she'll be on my shoulder.
Oh, nice. Let's Go?
Yes. There's a few Pokemon like Eevee and Pikachu. Yeah. And some of the baby Pokemon where you either carry them or they're on your shoulder. But there's only like 10 in the game.
That's so
Pikachu's
sick.
one of them. And
Dude,
so I'm,
You're gonna have Sparkle on your shoulder.
Exactly.
Could I see the origin forms?
Absolutely. So bad. Yeah, last thing I want to show you is the shinies from the event.
Yes.
First up, Cresselia.
Oh my god, I've never seen shiny Cresselia before. That is such a good shiny.
So gorgeous.
God damn, that's such a good shiny. Fuck.
Really good example of like a recolor done right. You know what I mean?
Perfectly.
Where every aspect of the Pokemon is
so
recolored.
Good. Yep.
Especially Cresselia because there's so many colors in her, right? Like she's got like the pink little like tri-rainbow on her. And so it's a whole different light blue hue.
I love it.
Really, really sick.
Looks so good.
Okay, another one, and this is what I love about Pokemon Go too, is that most of the shinies right now, I'm at 72. Okay? In the 8 months I've played. Most of the shinies I have are not actually shinies I was hunting for, especially since getting the Pokewalker.
Right.
So, the bug Pokemon that's in a tree, especially in Legends, Burmy, yeah. So
it has a regional, or it has a seasonal form.
Yes,
too.
it does.
Yeah.
So during the event, all 4 Burmies were available randomly.
Oh shit!
I got a shiny version of the grass.
Nice.
It's like a bush.
Yeah.
Right?
The grass
looks like a little tree.
Yeah.
Really, really disappointing. It actually looked the exact same as another Burmy from the same.
They could have done an autumn style, and it would have been perfect.
Right. Well, do you remember what Burmy evolves into?
Not really.
It's Mothim.
Oh, yeah. The bigger one with
Yes,
with
it's
the
like a
nose.
moth, right?
Yeah,
Exactly. So I had never... Burmy's not a Pokemon. It was more of a meme Pokemon from the tree.
Sure.
And I had only ever gotten a Mothim once before, which was evolving a single Burmy to complete my Pokedex.
Oh, okay.
So I want to show you what Burmy evolves into with Mothim and show you this shiny because it is one of my favorites. So this is base Mothim.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, right?
Orange one, yeah.
That
is a shiny
that
right
is
there.
shiny Mothim, my guy.
That's what we want to see. That's a beautiful shiny.
Beautiful.
That's so well done.
Beautiful, man.
That's so well done.
So once again, just blown away by Pokemon in ways I wasn't expecting, and that's just one of the many things I honestly love about this game. So let's get to my other shiny here.
Oh, nice. Hawk's mom. That's such a funny name.
You like that?
I love that. Because it's green, too.
Yes.
That's perfect. Oh, my God. Green Hawk?
Yes,
I
sir.
like that. That's
very
tough.
relevant because we're watching Seven Deadly Sins. But Kendall, I pulled the Taurus. I'm like, what the heck? A shiny Taurus. And she's like, I want it. And I love Hawk.
Yeah.
Perfect. Green Hawk it is.
I love it. Have you been watching that too? Or?
Oh, yeah. We're actually, we just got past where Bon and Meliodas reunited. One of the best anime scenes in history.
Oh, my God. It's so good.
And the final Pokemon, my guy, is the origin form shiny.
Wow. I like that a lot, actually. Beautiful. I love that.
Beautiful.
I also do love this design.
Yeah,
I do.
It's really sick. It reminds me a lot of the direction they took the legendaries in Scarlet and Violet. Of like one's a future right? And one is very like older,
like the old past.
Yes,
I
mythological.
agree.
So that is the wrap for my gaming experience for the week. And so what I want to add on, what really was 7 Deadly Sins.
Oh yeah.
And with announcing that, I don't know if you are aware, but Rebirth comes out tomorrow.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Damn.
My guy. So I'm in the wheelhouse of like, okay, I am so excited to finish the work season.
Yeah.
Because I am jumping straight into Rebirth and experiencing what you have just told me about Half-Life.
Yeah.
I'm doing that straight into Persona, and then we'll go from there. You know what I mean?
What we got.
Yeah, we'll see what we got. Yeah. But what I do want to say is on 7 Deadly Sins, dude, like everything that you and I have talked about, and you're reminding me, dude, like you'll remember. Like there's so much you've forgotten because I have.
Absolutely.
And rewatch it and you'll be trickled.
Absolutely.
And I am right back in the train that you and I were on for 7 Deadly in the beginning.
Dude.
Dude, it's so awesome.
It's literally so. That's another story I'd call epic. Like just everything that it's setting up in that first season. I even just like, man, it's so much fun. Like getting to find a new sin. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
And then it's like, oh, it's the fox sin.
So we have King now.
Yeah,
King is like the new introduced character. So we're a little past because
you definitely are.
We've gotten to the point where I think what's that space that they're in where they die and they're like in like the crystallized area?
The other world, and then that one girl shows up.
Yes.
With the explosion.
Gilla.
We remembered.
Yeah.
Remember, I couldn't rember her name.
Oh, yeah. No, I do remember.
Gilla.
Yeah. There's so many unique names in the show. And they
designs.
And designs.
All the like armor designs of all the coolest thing, one of the things I think about is every single Holy Knight has this sick armor set, and then underneath they have their own design too.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean?
Dude, you remember when that guy who's of the weird fangs, and it's Ruin, right?
Yes.
And so he's all mind and stuff, and so then finally I think it's Meliodas pulls through, punches him, makes a dent, and then he rips out. Like, he has that hole in his armor and his abs, and he's like, you're a fool, because my body is actually my true strength.
Right.
My armor doesn't mean shit, it's stronger than armor. Yeah. Then Meliodas punches through him instantly. Yeah. Sorry I had to do that, buddy.
Sorry, buddy. No, I agree. There's so many good parts. So, we
just wrapped. We did a 2-episode back-to-back.
Nice.
2 night. It was on date night. When we were doing it on Monday, we were watching some 7 Deadly. Because it was getting to the point where it was going really deep for the first time in the show. Like, really deep, right? So it's going in the backstory of Bon, King, and then King's sister.
Elaine.
Elaine. I wouldn't say Deanne.
Deanne.
That's not. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And then and now I'm thinking of the character that's going to be introduced soon, who was like the old best friend of King. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Do you remember the name? I do.
You do?
Do you want me to say?
What's it start with?
H. Dude, these names are so good in this shit. It's not bad. Do you want me to say?
No.
Because I think you'd be better if you just watched it.
I think you're right. If it comes to me...
Do you remember how they show up?
I don't even remember how he shows up.
Okay.
No.
Then I don't want to say anything.
Okay, yeah.
Because I remember...
But that's where we're at. So King is like more or less like... He's just now is understanding... He has the conversation with Elaine and understands like... Even like, oh, it's so emotional because he's literally like coming from a place of like, no, like, Elaine, I'm here to save you, and she's crying to Bond as he's just being ignored as he's watching what's happening, and then Bond's walking away, and Elaine is literally saying, please, Bond, thank you, and he's like,
did you see the backstory
what is
of Bond?
This vibe? It like slightly, just the backstory of him meeting Elaine.
Oh yeah,
and everything that happens.
That's so emotional.
It's so emotional.
Like that whole thing, and him getting critically injured, and her like forcing him to drink that.
Yes,
so good.
Without even knowing what's gonna actually happen. Oh my gosh, amazing show. So especially if any of you out there, like I would even describe. It was funny. I was talking to a cashier at Target also on date night. Like we were leaving to come home and like enjoy our night here after we went to dinner. And the cashier was like asking me all these anime questions, I think he noticed the Avatar tattoo, right? Which is a great kind of like segue into anime when people really notice it. And they'll call it out, not just say, those are cool tattoo. Bro, is that Avatar, right? So we start talking, and he recommends an anime to watch that was on HBO. And he's like, what's one you got for me? And I said, have you seen Seven Deadly Sins? He never even heard of it. I'm like, all right, he's like, I'm kind of new into anime, though. I said, okay, I'll be real. If you look at it, it looks very anime. So this is for everyone out there, too. If you look at it, it's on Netflix. It's very, very accessible. It looks like an anime, a very stereotypical anime.
It does.
And honestly, it feeds into that whole vibe. It treats itself like a very stereotypical anime. It
does.
But it will blow you away with how fucking deep and dark and how much it grips you for a journey you're not ready for.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely.
That is Seven Deadly Sins in a nutshell. Yes, bro. And so much grander than you can even possibly imagine.
Are you going to follow my watch order?
I am going to follow your watch order. I'm going to have to screenshot that and put that somewhere.
You definitely should. You don't have to worry about it until season 4.
4.
Yeah, that's when the first movie happens.
Okay. Yeah, because I do not want to fuck that up.
And then there's a point where you have to stop in the episode. So you gotta remember that in the last episode, you just gotta stop. Just for the best watching experience, watch the movie and then finish the last episode. And then
in one sitting, right? Probably should.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I would say so. I say you probably should. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I was just saying.
Because the last episode, too?
Yeah. The last episode, it goes until a certain time. Then there's a bit of a time skip. But to get the full experience of everything that happens at the last part of the last episode, you should definitely watch the movie. Definitely worth and it's the second movie. But I have it all written down for that thing that I sent you.
With that being said, Joshy, let's get plugged in.
Let's
dive into the episode, shall we? I'm really excited. I'm really excited to share with you and the audience what we got cooking today.
I'm excited too.
With everything that we've talked about previously, and in both of us trying to evolve too with the cast and get a structure that just feels perfect, right? It's like a never-ending journey for both of us. Also because we can talk forever. You
don't even have to give us a prompt. During the pregame, we didn't have anything.
I'll be real. We're at 2 hours and 46 minutes now.
Sounds about right.
And we've had no prompts.
Nope.
So that is the nature of us and the podcast. So let's dive into it, Joshy. We'll start with our plugged in section here. So let's give a wrap to the audience, shall we?
Let's do it.
Welcome, my friends, to the official Flash Bros podcast. As we said earlier, this production, to put it into a nutshell, it constitutes two best friends sharing casual discussions and exploring our collective interests, mainly video games, anime, all the things we're passionate about here.
All those, baby.
All those things. Highlighting modern headlines and nostalgic topics framed around gaming, anime, and further diverse passions. Our focus is set on spreading positive vibes while providing comprehensive and informative content for each other and our audience, and building a vibrant community where you can actively join the conversation.
That's right, baby.
That sound good to you, Joshy?
Sounds perfect.
Perfect!
To me. Perfect.
Our episodes drop every Friday at 5 a.m. with our exclusive pregame episodes dropping every Thursday, so look forward to that. Tomorrow morning on the 29th for a special leap year episode.
Leap year, baby.
It is available everywhere, mainly coming out of Spotify, where you can also check out our Spotify Q&A and get involved really easily that way. Literally, like, not even have to like send a message. It's on the episode. You respond to my question. You press enter. It's good.
Easy.
You can do it from your phone.
Simple.
Also available on YouTube and all audio platforms. So, if you're listening to it, you probably found it. But wherever you would like it, you can get it. Promise you that.
That's right, baby.
We invite you, my friends, speaking of community, join the community. Get plugged in. Questions, comments, corrections, discussions, just some examples. Write in anything, because we're down to just have you guys join us as if you were sitting here with us in the VIP lounge.
That's how we feel.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. So for how to get plugged in, first, best place, Patreon. Okay, our Patreon is where we really run the entire business model, and where we push out all of our content is through Patreon first and foremost. So you can go over to our website, patreon.com/flashbrospodcast, and there is a free membership. All you need is like your name and email, I think. I don't even think you need a phone number. And if you just sign up there, you can respond to all of our posts that way, and right in there, you'll get email updates and access to our Discord immediately. And you'll also have a opportunity, you'll see a link there, to become a gold tier sponsor. Joshy, let's dive into that sponsorship real quick.
Let's do it.
Perks include recognition during each episode, access to our exclusive content.
That's right.
Like pregame that we mentioned earlier, with much more to come.
We had a fun one.
You'll get access to all future premium content from the Flash Bros, including video content coming this year, coming very soon. And all of our exclusive posts directly to you. You can also send submissions directly through the Patreon app, which I think is a huge benefit, especially considering today's techie world, and we're all on the go. So if you like ease of access, if you like exclusive shit, definitely check out our subscription. We don't think you'll be disappointed, especially for $5 a month.
Absolutely should.
Because you also get exclusive Discord access. As priority access to both Joshy and I. And I definitely am not very involved with the Discord and won't be until my season is up. But lots to come there, my friends.
And the Discord is also free to anyone, but there's priority to
the sponsors.
So
yes, absolutely right. Yeah,
absolutely.
And also, it's really even seamless. Like, you connect your Discord account to your Patreon, and when you become a sponsor, your membership within our Discord community automatically upgrades to that level.
That's
so
right, baby.
I don't even have to go in and accept you. You just already are.
That's right.
And with the last big perk here, which is definitely worth mentioning, it's a membership lock-in price.
Yes.
What does that mean? That means you pay now the $5 a month, and we want to incentivize people who have been with us from the beginning or the longest. So if the future, which it will, the price goes up, $10 a month, $15, $20 a month, you get all future premium content access until you cancel. And if you're paying $5 a month, you get that forever.
That's right, baby.
That's right, baby.
That's how we do it, baby.
Perk. That's how we do it here. Alternatively, let's get into some free access here, so you can email us, flashbrospodcast@gmail.com, or simply reply to those Spotify Q&As I mentioned, and that will be the easiest way, I would say, to just get involved, send in a message, and you don't have to do anything else or even get signed up with your email to put it out there. We honestly really, really appreciate and respect privacy. So
That's right.
If you guys want to just be involved from a distance, we're so okay with that.
That's right.
Don't hesitate, you guys. And your support means everything for the podcast and our vision of this community. We appreciate and love every single one of you.
That's so right, baby.
Do not forget that.
Never do.
Joshy, let's dive into our Patreon sponsors here. So as I mentioned earlier, list of one of the perks is recognition during each episode.
That's right.
So I have a list here of our current Patreon sponsors, which have been here for a long time. And we fucking love them. Let's start with Annette A.
Yeah.
Annette, happy to see you. I don't even know if she really is listening to or caught up on the episodes, and she's got a super busy life. But she is my mother, and she is one of the biggest supporters we got.
Yeah, she is.
As with your mom too.
Yeah, she is, absolutely. I was gonna say your mom is also such a lovely lady. We love her so much.
Yeah, we do.
I miss her. I haven't seen when are they coming to AZ again?
Dude, I hope soon. I think
too.
my dad mentioned something about the spring, but it sounds like they got a lot going on back home.
Sure.
As usual, as everyone.
That's how it goes. Yeah.
So I'm hoping before it gets too hot. I'll tell you that much.
Hopefully.
Yeah. So
tell them to come
to
soon then.
Yeah,
dude.
definitely.
It's enough.
If she does come, she gotta get like an official Flash Brothers greeting.
Yeah,
and,
she
and
does.
luncheon. You know what
Absolutely.
I'm saying? Yeah, dude. At a minimum. Come on now. Next on here is Donald Duck.
Oh,
yes,
Donald
sir.
D, the man
continuous
himself.
shout outs. Yeah, still haven't heard back from our message we sent to him privately.
We did.
A couple episodes.
On our half a year.
Yes, it was. Yeah, on our half a year episode.
We sent him a message live, and he still hasn't responded, but that's okay. We will wait.
We will wait.
And see.
Patiently. Yeah, and we hope you're listening, Donald, and we hope you're enjoying all the content that's to come, because Donald's been around, I think, since week 2 of the podcast.
He's one of the OGs.
One of the OGs.
Absolutely one of the
Shout
OGs.
outs,
Shout out to the man.
Next on here is Kendall. As I'm talking about the Sparkle.
Yes.
Pikachu earlier, based on her, but actual legend, huge supporter of the show.
Yep.
Huge supporter to Joshy and I personally.
Absolutely.
Cooking for us, cleaning for us in the house.
Taking care of Momo.
Taking care of Momo every day. I'm pretty sure she's taking care of him right now.
She probably is.
She's sick, so an actual godsend to both Joshy and I. We appreciate her very much.
Seriously.
And honestly, pretty much every Patreon sponsor that's left on this list knows exactly who Kendall is. So special shout out to her.
Special shout out.
And next on here, as we mentioned earlier, Adrell Williams.
Yes, sir.
Getting a private plug.
Yes,
from Joshy
absolutely. Yeah, so he does Twitch streaming. If you guys are interested at all or watch Twitch at all, he is absolutely hilarious. I would say. If you're getting in now, you're just getting on the ground floor of a community that is absolutely going to flourish.
Absolutely.
Because he is hilarious, he's personable, and just has a lot of good shit going for him. A is amazing, but he's at Sweet A. That's Sweet AYEEE. That's 3 E's at the end of A. And go check him out on Twitch. He is hilarious, lovable, beautiful man.
I admire his social drive so much.
Dude, yeah.
It seems to have no limit.
Just last night, he literally came in right when I got home from work. I was tired as a dog. He was like, play me in Smash. I'm like, I have to. You're right.
You have to, bro.
Him and I are also getting to a level. It's crazy because he plays me in exclusively Falco and I play him in Dark Pit. Him and I are just getting better every single time we play. It's crazy.
His Falco's disgusting.
It's good, but it's better now. I'm not kidding because I've been able to catch him on a lot of his shit. Yeah. And I still do because from what I've learned, Falco is a much more and Fox, I suppose, much more punishable recovery than I expected it to be.
Definitely.
Especially with Dark Pit, his Nair counteracts his side B perfectly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because think about it. His Nair is a spin that completely like it's like a circle.
Yeah, and like a sword hitbox.
Yes.
So it's like disjointed.
So it's disjointed, so it literally will cut off his side B and it'll launch him forward.
Oh, that is very obnoxious.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
so
good
dope.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Shout out Adrell, man.
Yeah, shout out Adrell, man. Yeah, for real. We could talk about Smash for ages.
Absolutely could.
All the in-depth.
We could.
Yeah. Hyper Womber. Like, even Reese and Big Sammy came over last night. We played a couple of rounds.
Nice.
Yeah. Reese is also getting really good at
Yeah, Reese is getting good.
Yeah.
Good.
A lot more patient, a lot more, I feel like when you play on, like, such... And I never want this to sound like we're better Smash players than anybody, but
never want to
just speaking technically, when you get to, like, an advanced level of Smash... It's like this never-ending game of rock, paper, scissors.
Absolutely.
And what I mean by that is, like, you're both throwing out things in moving ways, anticipating and predicting what your opponent is going to do.
Absolutely.
And it's all so fast. So, when you get to that level, like, you're just constantly, like, trying shit. You're constantly trying to punish shit.
Absolutely.
It's so addicting. I fucking love it.
It's so good.
It's so good.
It's amazing. We should play some tonight.
We should, right after the Smash.
Absolutely.
Actually, we should, we should get, go eat. I just checked in with Kendall, and she DoorDashed herself some Chipotle.
I saw the guy walk by.
Oh, did you?
That was who I was wondering. I was like, who's coming to our house?
Yeah, you down to pick some up after this?
Sure.
I feel like
Chipotle?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
A beautiful vibe.
I love it. Well, actually, yeah, I did make some food from the restaurant. And I'm keeping it here.
Okay.
Save some money.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it's always on me. So.
No.
We'll see, bro. Next on here is John Rao the Fourth. My man. Johnny. Saw him on Saturday. Nice. He actually had a little bit of conversation he started with me at work, like just talking about what we were really discussing in the meat of like the big three, what direction, what it's going to look like in 5 years. He replied on the party chat section, so we'll actually dive into that when we get there. It was the Spotify Q&A. Yeah. Which I was like, hey, well, like, what is the industry going to look like in 3 years? Who's going to be on top, right? He had a very different outlook than what you and I discussed. So
I'm excited to get into it.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, because I think even how we approached it was like, I'm sorry, I disagree with you guys. I'm like, no. Take out the apology. Because that's what this is all about. It's about different perspectives. It's not about disagreeing and being on one side or another. No, it's about conversation about what's to come.
Yep.
All competition is good.
Agree.
Like if...
Agree.
Anyways, let's detract here.
Yes.
Whole tangent. Lene Lovelady,
Oh.
big shout out, superhero herself.
She could also be in Cowboy Bebop.
She could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, she could be the main character.
She
to be
absolutely,
completely honest.
She probably is.
She probably is. Yeah. Beyond Unico.
Yep.
So shout outs to Lene Lovelady. Love you so much. Last but not least, of the Sandoval 7.
Yes.
Do you know who it is?
Of course I do, bro.
Who is it?
Are you kidding me?
Mikey
Sandoval of the Sandoval 7!
I love it. It's perfect. Love you, Mikey. And that dude, like as I was saying in pregame too, that dude is his heart is 100% there. When we're there working together.
Absolutely.
Both him and Lene. Like I couldn't do without those guys. So.
Yeah, man.
Big shout out and thank you so much for being big supporters of our show.
We love it more than you could possibly know too.
Ah, man.
It's hard to put into
that's
words.
saying the facts.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight up. In fact, actually, they've asked me, Lene has asked me several times to, I think I sent you a text, but let me actually verbalize it. Next Monday.
Yes.
If you're not working, or if you're able to not work.
I can request it off.
Yeah, okay, if it's not too late.
Yeah.
This next Monday, the 4th. We're all going to Lene's for a hangout.
Nice.
Mikey is really going to try to be there. I don't know if he's for sure. But Lene will be there, and Johnny, and Kendall, obviously, if you would like to go.
I would love to go.
Yeah,
I would love to go.
Then let's carpool. Make it easy.
Let's do it.
Make a whole venture out of it.
Easy.
Look forward to that, you guys. I have a special shout-out to wrap this up from Brad S. himself, Shadow Buddy, also Shadow Buddy Music. Those are his social handles. You can find him on Instagram, SoundCloud, Spotify. He's got my favorite song that he has on his platform, by the way, is called Like Paradise, I think is the name of the song.
Oh, nice.
Or like something Paradise or
what was
Just
the one
Paradise.
You showed me yesterday?
That was the song.
Oh,
yeah, I think it's called Like Paradise.
That was a good one.
Yeah, this dude is... It's been so cool to see him evolve so much because I've been following Brad and his journey with music for a long time. Yeah. Probably at least a decade. He's been very passively doing it as he's, as a manager of a store, and he's married and he's got all this stuff going on. Big like follower of Brad and fan of Brad and his work myself, but so dope that we've come together as childhood friends and helping each other in our creative vision. So we couldn't do it without you, Brad.
We literally couldn't. We
couldn't. Yeah. I could not have the hype I have for our intro, for our pregame intro, either, like, without Brad. Like, it's such an integral part of all of it.
Absolutely.
It makes me not want to even, like, go to look up other music. Yeah. I just want to take what he sends me and just go from there. You know what I mean? Fit the vibe around what he is setting for our vibe. And honestly, he fucking nailed it with this season's intro. So I can't wait for next season here. But Joshy, you know how we do.
I know.
Okay, let me preface. We're back on track for the main cast from last week. From coming off of it, we're so tired. Let's just make it simple. We're back on track here. So, with that being said, do you know what's coming?
Of course I know what's coming.
Right now?
Yes.
Our first major section
of the show.
We should. Because it's called Retro Recap! Yes, sir, baby!
That's right, baby.
Josh, it was beautiful. We're back on it. This is our first, this is actually going to be our first that's unique in a way that I didn't see coming from the inception of this podcast.
Okay.
And we're going to dive into, like, where the evolution is going right now of the current state of the podcast and what I'm envisioning wrapping up the rest of the season.
Nice.
Okay? My friends, to reiterate, what is Retro Recap? Retro Recap is our first nostalgic trip into our first gaming section here. We go through the list of games that were released for this week, which, by the way, that's February 26th through March 3rd.
Nice.
And we find a game, a piece of history, and a list of games traditionally, and we talk about them. But because of how our podcast has evolved, and because of everything I've said earlier, Joshy, I have one game.
Which one?
We're going to talk about today.
What?
That's it. And that's going to be our retro recap.
Wow.
And that's going to be the format we're following going forward.
I'm 100% with it.
Yeah, you with it?
100%
Yes, bro. I think it's just really going to open up because for those who've been here since episode 1, we had like 25 games, and then we had like some more on episode 2.
Right.
And we've slowly tried lessening it from here.
Yes.
Right? And I feel very, very confident that we could talk about like one thing per section.
I completely
You down
agree.
with that?
I'm so down.
So down.
We're perfecting it, bro.
Perfecting it, bro.
Perfection.
Perfect. So today we haven't even touched what the main topic is about.
No, we haven't.
You have an idea.
I do have an idea.
Okay. So I think that our retro recap is following that suit. Our game today, Joshy, is Pokemon Stadium on the Nintendo 64. This released February 29th in the year 2000. I actually have to clarify, when I was looking up some stuff for Pokemon Stadium.
Yes.
I had 3 different release dates I found, and I couldn't find one that was like a definitive release date.
Interesting.
Right. So
for North America?
For North America, yeah. It's North America because Japan came out in 99. In fact, what I did find out that I did not know before this episode is this is actually called Pokemon Stadium 2 in Japan. Because they already had a Pokemon Stadium.
I've never heard of the original
Me
Pokemon
neither.
Stadium.
And it literally, the cover is crazy. I'm not, I'm just not going to go through the trouble of like picture and like fact check, but when I was looking up on Wikipedia, you'll see it on there. Like there is a Japanese box art of what looks like a more modernized version of like Fire Red and Leaf Green. Or I guess more of a classic version.
Okay.
In one box art. Oh, shit. It was an original Pokemon Stadium. I don't know anything about it.
What?
So, wild to me. Definitely Final Fantasy
That
vibes,
is wild.
right?
Definitely.
Like, we're on our second. But, you in America, you're a little slow because we're taking a long time translating the game to English and localizing it. So we're going to like come out with another game. And that's just going to be our second game. Not to confuse you, but your game is going to be called the same thing.
Right.
So we got Pokemon Stadium. They got Pokemon Stadium 2. This game came out in, I'm setting it for the sake of this episode and the specialness of this episode. Yes. The first release date I found was February 29th, 2000. Which, if that's true, it's a leap year game, baby.
That is a leap year game.
You know what I'm saying?
Game. It's perfect.
So, let's dive into it.
Its anniversary only comes every 4 years.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so we can finally celebrate it this year.
Yeah, so it's the 24th anniversary, technically. Yeah. But then if you're being like official, it'd be the 6th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's only been
6 or 7?
Years.
Something like that. Yeah. Okay, Joshy, what I want to know like your experience with this game because I know we grew up very different gamers.
Yes, we did.
And N64 is definitely like that was my childhood was in that console.
Right.
I have a lot I could unpack about this game. So we could actually do a whole episode on it just from nothing other than my own experience.
Yes.
But I want to know where you're at. Did you play this game?
I didn't play a lot of it, to be 100% honest with you, because Coliseum, which was on the GameCube, was kind of more my time, right?
For sure.
But I do have a little bit of experience with Pokemon Stadium because my friend Cole, who had an N64, who I used to play the original Smash Bros. With him, he had the game, and he fucking loved it. We used to talk about it all the time, and it was like kind of like a game you'd go over and just like watch the other person play because of, in my opinion, and people still bring this up about Coliseum or Stadium, the animations of all the Pokemon are one of the highlights of what it is.
Definitely.
Right? You know what I mean?
And the announcer.
Yeah.
Remember, like, the announcer
absolutely.
In it too?
Yeah.
And he's going down.
Yeah.
Like, it literally, they took all this production to make it feel like a stadium.
Absolutely.
You know?
Yeah, I agree. And I've also said before, I mean, I think that was so cool because we never really, obviously now it feels silly because you have every single Pokemon 3D model on your phone. But before that, seeing Pokemon in 3D was almost like a new like dimension that you could explore. Like I remember in Coliseum, that was how I found out that not Dusclops, what was the Duskull? Duskull has a single eye that's behind the mask.
And it moves.
And it moves, So it moves its head like that, and the eye kind of stays. And I remember seeing that and looking at the character completely different because the original games and some of the artwork, it would have the eye at the center.
Yes.
So it looks like two pupils kind of looking forward.
You're right.
You know
You're
what I mean?
absolutely right.
And so that third dimension was so important. I know it's Coliseum, but that's the same vibe that you would get from Stadium.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or Stadium 2, as we should call it.
Yeah, yeah, either way, right? Stadium 2, which, by the way, Pokemon Stadium 2 that we got in the United States, that actually is fundamentally a better game in every aspect.
You think so?
In fact, it's probably one of my favorite 64 games.
Seriously?
Yes, wow. For so many reasons. But
isn't it on online now?
I think it is. I think both of them are. Let me dive into... Yes. Let me put you in my headspace for a second of why this game was so important.
Yes.
First of all, everything you said.
Right.
Like, the animation, like 100%. Like,
new dimension.
It brought Pokemon to life in a way that had never been done before. Right?
Yeah.
And even Pokemon Coliseum, like, that was an idea of literally bringing it to life in a single-player adventure way.
Right.
That didn't really follow the traditional Pokemon formula. Right. I mean, it didn't. There was no wild grass. There was no random encounters. There was none of that. You got Pokemon from your opponents.
Right.
Which are like all evil Team Rocket grunts.
Right.
So, very different vibe, and I have so much love for Coliseum specifically.
Agree.
But Pokemon Stadium, it's this thing where if I was to like put it in front of you, I don't think even myself, I could capture what I'm going to tell you with what it was like at the time. It's kind of one of those things, just like Ocarina, just like some things that, Ocarina's even a bad example because you can play Ocarina right now, even the original non-re-release HD. Right. And you can have an amazing experience playing that game for the first time.
Yeah.
And you can appreciate and be like, okay, yeah, we've come a long way,
right?
But I see everything.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Pokemon Stadium, I don't think I could say that. But what I can say is it did a lot of firsts for tech and for Pokemon.
Absolutely.
And it's very Nintendo. From everything we discussed last week, from like innovation and kind of new.
Right.
One of those things being the attachment they sold separately, and it actually came with a copy that you bought in the box. It was the adapter that attached to the back of the 64 controller, and you got to put a game card in it, a Game Boy game.
What?
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
Wow, okay. I don't remember the name of it. It was called like some like expansion like cartridge. Expansion cart.
Okay.
Something.
I'll stick with it.
It is literally, it's massive and ugly. It's a big, kind of like, 90s. So, and this came out in 2000, but it was off of, remember all the 64s with the translucent color?
Yes,
So, the front of it was like a light Nintendo, or an SNES style, like light gray.
Okay.
And the back was like translucent, like that vibe, right?
Yeah.
And it plugged in the back of your controller, and it made it significantly heavier.
Do you know what it's called?
And I don't, but if you look it up, look up like N64 Game Boy pack.
Okay.
Or Game Boy expansion. You'll see what I mean. It looks very interesting. And it's literally meant to put in...
That one right there?
That is exactly it.
That's the one.
It's only meant to play. Like, I'll be completely honest. I don't know, like, if it really was, exercised in other games, other series, or for any other purpose. But in my childhood, what I remember was this came with it, and it was also sold separately. It was a completely different experience. It was beyond what the Super Nintendo did before it, of the Super Game Boy, of putting in your game cart, like your Pokemon Red, and playing it on your SNES. Like, that was like, whoa. You know, it's not like the graphics are better. It's just blown up.
And it's
in
TV.
color. It's on a TV in your hand and a controller.
Yep.
And there's no HD back then, right? But it's bigger, it's brighter, it's better.
Yeah.
And the N64 controller, it kind of was like, a part of its funky-ass design. The D-pad's on the left, and it's almost meant for playing a Game Boy on it, if you look at it in that sense.
Sure.
Most 64 games didn't utilize that D-pad. Most games actually that I played didn't even have any functionality with the D-pad.
That's crazy.
Mario 64. The D-pad does nothing. Literally. You don't even go through the menu with it. You go through it with the stick, right? So Pokemon Stadium, you actually control the entire game with the D-pad. That's the best way to play it, right? So it was very unique in that sense. And then they had this cartridge expansion, which only accepted Pokemon Yellow, Pokemon Red, and Pokemon Blue.
Interesting.
But as you progress through your single-player kind of mission style thing in Pokemon Stadium, which really, like, what I'm getting at, there's multiplayer, and that was a whole avenue of how much fun up to 4 people can have on just the mini games. They nailed those mini games. They're so fun. There's one called Diglett Toss, and it's like a 4x4 grid of like whack-a-mole. But instead of whacking the Diglets, you're literally throwing rings and trying to land them on Diglets as they pop up. And some Diglets are gold. Right? Like a shiny Diglett almost. And if you land on them, you get 3 points, right? So, and it's so obtuse, so it'd be too easy if you could just, like, modern tech, use a Wiimote. No, you're, like, aiming your character and with, like, a little arrow, and you're using the judgment and based on how far back you're at to throw the disc. And it's kind of jank, but it's really fun. It's fun because everyone's on the same level playing field, right? So, fun fact, I actually went to a PAX tournament maybe like 3 or 4 years ago before I moved here. Oh yeah, so it's got to be like 4 years ago. And I played that game, the mini games within Pokemon Stadium. That was the tournament.
That was the turn.
I made it to like the quarterfinals. Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
But there is a single player part of it that was super expanded in Pokemon Stadium too. But it was going through and beating all the gym leaders from the game and the anime. So you start with Brock. Then you go to Misty, then, you go to, Lieutenant Surge. You work your way up to Giovanni. You beat Giovanni, now you challenge the Elite Four. But it did this completely different aspect that's very not Pokemon, which is you don't raise any of your Pokemon. You're not there's no RPG mechanic in Pokemon Stadium. If you bring in your own Pokemon, it's from your game.
Oh, that's so sick.
Yes, with your moveset, your level, whatever. In Pokemon Stadium, I think, if I remember right, it kind of implemented like the level 50 system. So if you had it over level 50, it would cap it at 50. You know what I mean? Yeah. So if you didn't have that advantage of playing Pokemon other than Stadium, it had all 151 Pokemon, or maybe it was 150. You know what? I'll be real. I think it was 1 through 149. So it was through Dragonite. No Mewtwo, no Mew. You could rent them. So you build a party of 6 or 3, and you tackle these gym leaders in the Elite Four with the Pokemon you rent. Okay? Really hard. Really hard. Because all of your opponents are level 50. All of your Pokemon are level 50. And the way they would handle balance was lower evolutions within the chains. For example, say you take a Ghastly and take a Gengar. The Gengar is stat-wise stronger, obviously, because it's a bigger evolution.
Of course.
But it has weaker moves. So it'd have, like, Lick, and it'd have, like, back then, like, we don't have all the moves we have now. So it'd be, like, a lot more simplified. Sometimes you'd look at it and be like, those moves are shit. Charizard has Fire Spin for his fire move. That's shit. Charmeleon has Flamethrower. So that's obviously better. Charmander has Fire Blast. Like, so they would kind of scale, and
that's a really
it was an interesting system. Very interesting. It made the game very challenging. But I'll sum it up by saying that you go through, and once you beat the Elite Four, it unlocked a new mode in the game for you to be able to play your Game Boy games, red, blue, or yellow, at double speed on your TV.
What?
So it was like, yo, this is sick. So then I went through and I played all of Pokemon Red for one of my many playthroughs on my Stadium at double speed.
No way.
And it like, and not like an emulator double speed. No, it like literally played the game at double speed without any glitches.
Interesting.
Yes. I think they even made it so the music didn't
change. That's crazy.
If I remember right. Crazy. Then the last thing that really was like, wow, was after you do all of this, you unlock Mewtwo as a final boss. And he literally is like, have you seen like the layout for Pokemon Stadium? It's kind of like Xenoblade. It shows like a hand-drawn map. And you're like 3 Magnetons floating around each other. And you just like, that selects wherever you're going. So after you beat the Elite Four, which is really hard, you have to beat all 4 of them in a row without losing.
Sounds pretty tough.
Then you unlock Mewtwo, who is floating above in space, and it's the sky, and it goes from a light theme to a dark night theme.
Dang.
And Mewtwo is now permanently in the sky as a boss you can fight over and over again.
That's
if you beat him, which he is hard,
right?
Like Mewtwo can take down your whole party, right? If you beat him, you unlock triple speed.
For your game?
Yes.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yes.
That's
all
crazy.
these things, by the way, are in Pokemon Stadium too.
Right.
But tenfold, because then you could play Gold and Silver and Crystal.
Yes.
I don't know if you could play Crystal. Because Crystal was technically a Game Boy Color game.
Yeah.
But I think it definitely could play Gold and Silver.
Gotcha.
And you could do the double, triple speed. They went ham. Gold and Silver, it had the 16 badges in Elite Four.
Mm-hmm.
They had all that. And then fighting Red at the end.
Right.
It was like an extension of Gold and Silver.
Sure, yeah.
But there is so much love, and I really wanted to bring you on that nostalgia trip with Pokemon Stadium.
So
because
sick. I'm not kidding.
It's deeper than you think.
Way deeper than I thought it was. I didn't even know anything about the playing the game with 2 times speed or even 3. That's new.
Crazy,
I've never
right?
even heard of that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
so sick.
Yeah, and like something that, man, with all the tech and all the things we talked about, VR and stuff, it's like, this is such old tech.
Absolutely.
But I'm so happy I lived through that.
Totally.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
Yes, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, and something that, really, now if I was to equate it to like modern times, I think the last game that came out in this kind of vein was Pokemon Battle Revolution on the Wii.
Yeah.
And that is not what Pokemon Stadium is.
Gotcha.
It is in like a small essence, right? It's like, okay, they have the renting Pokemon system.
Right.
You fight PvP, but
what was it called?
Pokemon Battle Revolution. It has Palkia and Dialga right in the front.
I never played that one though.
I played it a little bit.
Oh, okay.
And I just remember I rented it, and I remember thinking like, oh, this is the modern Pokemon Stadium vibe.
Right.
Because even Coliseum is not that. Coliseum is only that single-player adventure,
yeah.
right? And then you could do PvP, but only with Pokemon you had in your game, and you had to hook it up with the adapter, and your buddy had to have the same thing, so you would fight each other via Emerald and Ruby and Sapphire against each other on a TV. That was the cool thing.
Yeah.
But that's it. Like, it didn't really capture the essence of what made the Pokemon Stadium so special.
Yeah. I'm 100% with it.
Yeah, bro.
I think Pokemon Stadium sounds like a innovation in the way that you would play a Pokemon game, especially a console game and what it means as an extension to those said games.
And very Nintendo.
Yeah.
More Nintendo than
absolutely.
You, like, I don't know. Looking back, I feel like it could just easily be taken for granted what it is. And it's very exemplary.
Right.
And it made me really happy to see Pokemon Stadium come to the the eShop, because that is a piece of history that and just like Pokemon Trading Card Game and the Game Boy Color, it's like there's so much effort and love here that no one will probably ever see.
Completely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Is there anything more you want to say on it?
No, honestly, I feel like you've said so much amazing shit about it.
Fuck yeah, bro.
I'm not gonna lie.
Bringing a little nostalgia trip about Pokemon. Joshua, with that being said here, are you ready to jump into the headliner this week?
Absolutely. Do you mind if we pee real quick?
You know what? Let's do that.
Is that okay?
No, that sounds perfect.
Because I got
perfect
pee.
time. Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Just a will?
Yeah. Alcohol went right through me.
Oh, I fucked that
That's
up,
okay.
bro. That was not opening.
I think these cans just don't sound as good.
Honestly, this pack's a dud.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go
I hope they don't change it to this forever.
No, we got to go back to the simple. You know what? I got these at Circle K. At the really sketch one that's like right around the corner, like Mesa Riverview.
That one?
Yeah.
That's my favorite Circle K.
I like it,
I love
but the vibe of the community around it.
Do you know Megan? It's so funny because, oh my God. Okay, so I walk there so often.
Really?
Absolutely. Every time, like if we've had something to drink, we're not driving.
Yeah.
We'll go over to Circle K to get like a snack or something, you know?
Yeah.
So
you're not talking about the one that's on University. You're talking about...
No, the one on right at the corner. Right across from the
I'm not talking about that one. Yeah, I'm talking about the one that, like, you take a right on Dobson and you walk down towards Riverview, and it's the first gas station on the right.
Oh, that first one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really care for it, but I didn't think it was more sketchy than that one.
No, they're both really sketchy. I don't. Yeah. The only gas station, the nearest gas station to us that I feel I don't have that vibe is QT. That's
true.
A half a mile.
QT
down.
Also is just a different vibe. It's not a gas station.
No,
it's really not.
Safe place.
It's a safe place. Yeah, quote unquote. Yeah, I don't know. I love that. I love that Circle K. I feel like sometimes I can just get into the vibe, you know, especially like if it's like late at night, you know, and I like pretend to not be scared of anything sketchy. It almost reminds me of like the vibe of like a New York where there's just like people everywhere all the time. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Anyway. For sure. Okay. Well, I don't know if I trust them after picking this pack up. All right. So
I wouldn't either.
Next episode, I'm going to try a different spot. Maybe I'll try QT.
Yeah.
See what's going down.
QT, see if they
Joshy.
Yes.
We're going to dive into the Pixel Press.
Let's do it.
We got right here.
Yes.
Which I might honestly rename eventually to just like the headliner. I'm keeping up the theme of single topic here.
Sure.
I have our main story I want to dive into.
Yes.
It's kind of a meme, but I want to hear the news piece that you had this week.
Oh, yeah. It's barely a news piece, just something cool that I wanted to see even your reaction to.
Yeah.
Or even if you had anything to say about. But essentially, so the leakers are kind of back. Some of the big leakers who got arrested, those guys are gone, and then new leakers have basically shown up. Do you remember how?
Yeah, remind me.
Those big Shonen Jump leakers got arrested.
I do.
Like a couple weeks back.
Yes.
Or a little bit longer than that. Maybe like a month ago.
I think it was like a couple weeks.
Yeah. Was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Makes sense to me. So there's some new ones that are going about. And the leakers whose job is to leak the story for this latest chapter of One Piece are giving spoiler warnings for what's going to happen in this latest chapter. And it's kind of like buzzing about. Everyone is just, they are like, what the hell could possibly happen in the story? With the way it ended, the last chapter, I absolutely can see what they're talking about.
So they haven't unveiled what it is yet? They're just giving a spoiler warning as they're kind of deciphering it and whatever?
They're saying, just be careful of spoilers.
Yo.
Which is crazy.
That's crazy.
Never have I ever heard of that happening with leakers who are basically being like, beware, like, be careful of spoilers. That's the job of a leaker.
Yeah.
Is to, like,
that's
spoil
what I'm thinking. Right? Yeah. No,
so,
for sure.
Pretty crazy.
Sounds like an oxymoron.
Literally, it does. But just a crazy thing, and I don't know when the next time that's going to happen with a big story like that, where the leakers are warning people about spoilers. So just thought that was interesting and worth mentioning. It's caused quite the stir, and everyone's theorizing, especially in our group chat. We're just cooking up ideas.
What's kind of like cooking? Is there some consensus?
So I'll just say that there's a lot of huge. One of the biggest appeals of One Piece in general is that it's kind of the tale of how a big world government that controls the entire world, how the corrupt and hidden nature of it can be completely oblivious to the public, essentially.
Absolutely.
And so our theories are the public learning the true dark intentions and rulers and kind of like the people pulling the strings of like learning about it, the stuff we know about as the reader, and then the public kind of finding out about it. That's the theory, but we don't know how it's going to happen. We don't know like what's going to happen, but it was very much set up in the last chapter. And so it's really good shit.
And
it's so good.
Where are you at personally? Are you
I think they're setting up kind of a red herring of a character that they think that you would think as the reader would be the one to leak this information about, like, huge information about the world government. But I think it's a red herring. I think that it's going to be another character that was also set up recently is going to, I think it's like a broadcast that might be sent off. I think it's going to be intercepted, and I think the broadcast is going to be finished by another character that's like one of the main characters. Basically.
Okay.
It's super exciting, and it's literally like everyone in the group chat that we have, which is 6 of us, we're just cooking. We're literally just all thinking about different things. Everyone has a different idea. But that's my theory right now.
Crazy.
I think it's going to come down to a different character, which I'm keeping it spoiler free.
Yeah.
But it's huge. So everyone be careful with spoilers. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, dude. All right. Well, thanks for bringing that up, Joshy, because kind of the format that we kind of briefed on before we got in the episode.
Yes.
We were talking news specifically, right? I'm like, hey, you don't need to report on anything.
Right.
So I feel like that is going to be the vibe going forward of you definitely don't need to.
Okay.
But if there's something worth mentioning and you really want to,
absolutely,
definitely bring that to our news section.
Yeah, because you know what? When, there's slower weeks when it comes to anime news especially. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of cool stuff can be announced, but nothing is always, as crazy as you'd want it to be.
For sure, yeah. We don't need to, as you and I have talked about and shared with our audience, we, as the Flash Bros, don't need to bring up something just to have something to talk about.
Yeah.
We should only really be bringing up things that we...
Because we'll talk about anything.
Exactly.
Can I mention one more thing?
Yeah.
Our friend Azzy, he watched that Demon Slayer movie, and it's not... I reported wrong, by the way. It's not a movie. It's an experience where it's the last 2 episodes of the Swordsmith Village arc, which I haven't seen, so no spoilers.
Okay, yeah.
And then the first episode of this latest season, which is usually about an hour. But Azzy in Seattle saw it in a 4D experience. And so his chair was shaking and air went on him, and he said there was a part where it was raining and then water was like falling from the ceiling. Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
That's wild. I did not know that was even happening.
I didn't know either. Anywhere. I don't know if it's going on here. I know he's in Seattle, so who knows?
Shit, bro. Seriously. Okay. Well, Joshy, I want to dive right now into kind of the... I want to have one news story to talk about going forward as far as just touching on the new format for the show. Mm-hmm. That being said, there is a minor piece of news I also think is really worth mentioning.
Okay.
We don't even really have to talk about it, but this is the DICE Awards have officially happened and unveiled their winners, which, as we discussed at the end of last year, and all of our discussion of Game of the Year and things, the DICE Awards is probably the second biggest
of the
video game award. Yeah, that's really, really just publicized and talked about. It's just kind of a bummer it happened so late, because now we're already just in, Rebirth's about to come out tomorrow. So we're already in this wheelhouse and headspace of what's coming now.
Sure.
But I think it's worth mentioning just these awards and recognizing these feats of the games that came last year. You know? Sure. And we got a shit ton of amazing games last year. I mean, no question about that. So real quick, I want to touch on what their categories were called and what their winners were. So the first category they had was Outstanding Achievement in Animation.
Ooh.
They had Final Fantasy 16, Hi-Fi Rush, Spider-Man 2, Mortal Kombat 1, and Super Mario Wonder, with Spider-Man 2 taking the cake.
Wow,
and they had Outstanding Achievement.
That makes me happy.
Oh, I know it does, baby, because
those animations,
as you've mentioned, the animations are insane.
Incredible.
Insane.
It's seriously amazing. I mean, there's a lot of characters in there, too, but the amount of scale of, when I picture Spider-Man and just even web slinging in general, that whole, a dynamic animation that is fluid enough where any corner you turn or whatever has to have an animation that works with it, or unique animations where you'll rarely see them, but if you run into a specific corner, that's
in a physics-based game.
Physics-based game in as high budget as it is and as thorough as it is, with a map as big as it is. That is a feat. So I definitely think they deserve that, no question.
Yeah.
No question.
Yeah. And I feel like you're definitely more qualified to just really discuss on that than I am.
I think they
from
deserve
your
it.
experience. Yeah, hell yeah.
I think they definitely
so
deserve
for their next award here was Outstanding Achievement in Art Direction.
Ooh.
That award went to Alan Wake 2.
Oh yeah.
I'm not surprised. I mean, they also won the Art Direction with the Game Awards. Yep, absolutely. Next on here is Outstanding Achievement in Character. And what I'm getting from the list is I'm assuming this is a character within the game, because the winner was Miles Morales within Spider-Man 2.
Spider-Man 2.
Yep.
That's a really good one.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like I said before when we talked about Spider-Man 2, Miles' whole arc and everything he goes through. This makes me so happy that Spider-Man 2 is getting some kind of award for the things, because that game is incredible. And not to say it got snubbed or anything, because it was a tough year to compete.
Definitely.
That is a year that if it was back in like 2018, it would have taken the cake, no question. Like literally no question. It would have gotten Game of the Year, all these things, right? But I understand. I get it 100%.
Definitely.
But Miles is consistently just, it's amazing, seriously, by having 3 games with him in it, Miles, the expansion included. It's just amazing seeing him grow as like a young man into an actual like adult who's like making decisions, and it's beautiful in ways that you really wouldn't expect. And so I'm happy that definitely deserves.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, but absolutely. I feel like any character recognition I've really seen from the Insomniac Spider-Man series, it's really been about Peter and about Yuri Lowenthal as a actor, right?
Sure.
And a character.
Yeah.
And I don't think I've seen like Miles really show up in the forefront other than his own game.
Yeah.
This kind of like shook me when I saw it. I was like, wow, like hell yeah.
He is the secondary main character. I mean, like truthfully, like that game is so incredible for everything it does, but also for what it sets up by having 2 main characters.
Definitely.
How do you do a game like that? How do you set it up?
That's what I'm saying.
And they just work perfectly in each other's stories.
Yeah.
In ways that I am extremely impressed with.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So.
And you're a hard man to please, so
that's true.
I'm sure it's pretty good.
That is true.
Well, the next on here you'll also be happy with. I mean, I'm not going to lie, you're going to like this list.
I'm loving it so far.
Because a lot of people might, like, let me just clarify here and put this out there, that a lot of people look to the DICE Awards list as the definitive list.
Really?
Yes, and that Game Awards is more of a spectacle.
Okay.
That's just public opinion.
Sure, I want to hear it.
Yeah, because it's worth noting too, like as I mentioned on that episode, they have unveiled that there's an extremely extensive selection process. However, in how it's presented, especially with what we've talked about this year and things we talked about before the cast was conceived, which is it's kind of brought on like this Emmy Awards thing now, right? Publicity's sake, clicks, likes, whatever. So I just think it's really worth noting the respect that the DICE Awards, I think, honestly deserves. Yeah. Even despite its late coming to the party. Okay. So the next on here, outstanding achievement in original music composition, Spider-Man 2.
Wow.
Yes, sir. That was against Diablo 4, Alan Wake 2, Planet of Lana.
I'm loving this.
And Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Dude,
I like the whole list, too.
Yeah. Absolutely. I completely agree. There's a track.
It's more like it kind of becomes like a sound bite after a while.
For sure.
But the theme of one of the main villains, Kraven, is such have you never heard of Kraven the Hunter?
No.
He's a pretty famous Spider-Man villain. Okay. But what I said when I was initially talking about the game was that, especially when I've seen him in things like Spectacular Spider-Man, he feels very goofy. His whole thing is he's called Kraven the Hunter. He's a hunter man from with like kind of superhuman powers.
Okay.
That is just obsessed with the hunt. That's his whole thing. And so he goes to New York to hunt Spider-Man. There's not a lot of depth you can find there naturally in like the comics where it is, but Insomniac just takes that character and does what they've been doing best, which is just making it as compelling as possible. And they added this aspect of, it's not really a spoiler or anything, but this aspect of him like dying of cancer. He has cancer and he needs to find this kind of reason for his death, like this purpose for his death. Yeah. Where it's like he is a hunter naturally, but it's like nothing has ever escaped him. He needs to find. It's not just Spider-Man. It's New York as a whole. They have like all these characters in there, you know, big Spider-Man characters.
Definitely.
Where he's like, if one of these can be the death of me, I will accept that. But I will not accept anything less. I will not let my life like be taken by anything that's less than like the death of a true warrior, right?
Yeah.
So there's just a lot of depth to it too, where it's so like cool. He's escaping, he's running from something. There's something deep in that. So
I'll continue.
Because
the next award.
Well, what I meant to say, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
His theme is just incredible.
Amazing.
It incites everything I've just said in like a couple sound. It's like this like sound in the theme. It's
gives you chills.
It's chilling. It literally makes you like terrified. I'm not even gonna lie.
Dude, that's
makes you think like you're like, oh dude, I do not want to see this guy because he's dangerous, bro. But
dangerous.
Anyway.
Okay, well the next achievement on here is outstanding achievement in audio design. Also going to Spider-Man.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Because that's also a theme, but it's also just a sound you hear when you encounter his guards.
Definitely.
All these things. Let's not even mention Peter and Miles, and I noticed this right when I was playing it. They both have completely different thwip sounds. And
dude, I was gonna bring this up because I remembered you specifically brought this up in one of our like catch-ups.
Yeah.
When you were first getting into Spider-Man, and what you mentioned was the design, not just in animation and everything you said earlier, but the audio design. You literally said the word thwip before.
And
I couldn't remember what it was.
That's the Spider-Man thwip. That's what he calls it. Yeah, because in the comics it says thwip.
It does.
So yeah, that's what they call it.
Okay.
But yeah, I
didn't know there was some canon.
It's genius. Yeah, I mean it's just kind of like it's the
canon
thwip.
Lore.
Yeah, thwip.
Yeah.
But that sound design is not only genius, but I think, truthfully, it couldn't be better.
Yeah.
The sound of and also, I mean, audio and music and everything you could say, but there's two different musics that play in the background of whether you're playing Peter or Miles. Miles in the game before he became Spider-Man, he makes beats.
Yes.
You know, he's a young African-American teen, so there's this like
and he's
there's
got
this
that vibe
bass,
to him.
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely.
To his
there's
character.
This bass like beat that goes to his Spider-Man theme that literally like it's so
like when you're like cruising on the web.
Yes, yeah. And like Peter's is a little bit more like orchestral, like a traditional Spider-Man. But the Miles Morales music, you switch to them and it's just two different vibes.
Seamless.
It's seamless and perfect. It's masterwork of sound and music.
Yeah,
so
I'm so glad
they deserve this so much.
Yeah, dude.
I'm even realizing now how disappointed I was in the Game Awards because everything I'm saying, this was like I was playing and I'm like, this is what AAA games should be.
Absolutely.
Like no bullshitting around. This is quality that you don't see in every single AAA. You really don't. Like, to be honest with you. And I bet you there's some other games that probably wouldn't have even thought that Spider-Man should have two different thwips, or the sound of his web wings coming out, or the sound of every single punch he makes. They're all different and unique to each Spider-Man.
That's so amazing. Okay, let's continue.
Sorry, I'm getting too into it.
No, I love it. I absolutely love it because it's getting... I mean, Spider-Man's getting the recognition I think it really deserves for what I've
deserved
heard
it this
from you.
whole time.
But especially like with where your heart's at, I'm not surprised, bro.
Absolutely.
But we'll keep running through. And again, if you want to keep adding quips, that is totally okay.
Quips.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Your quip thwips?
Quip thwips. I'll throw a couple of quip thwips in there.
Yeah, quip thwips. That's a tongue twister. All right, next on here is outstanding achievement in story. Down to Baldur's Gate 3, which I think definitely. Like, I was kind of surprised Alan Wake 2 didn't take it because everything I know about that game, and it did win it with the actual Game Awards.
Yeah.
And how they handled the storytelling from two characters, one perspective of the veteran, one perspective of brand new to the series, how it handles that. That is all masterwork, no question.
It sounds like it,
It sounds like, from my understanding of what we've talked about, Baldur's Gate 3 and how they handle the storytelling and the multi-million conversations and directions and a choose-your-own story type vibe.
That's what I was going to say.
Sounds crazy.
The effects that it can have on the main story, the decisions you make early on, 12 hours before you get to a certain part.
Yeah.
That's a feat. And I am not even one to say that Baldur's Gate doesn't deserve it. It's just, in my opinion, disappointing when a game like that, which is a masterpiece in its own right, in storytelling and, to be honest, I mean, like, choosing your own journey, gets put up against games like Tears of the Kingdom or Spider-Man, because those games are masterpieces in their own right.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
No, definitely. So, Next on here is Outstanding Technical Achievement, Spider-Man 2.
Wow.
Along with Action Game of the Year,
yes.
Spider-Man
Dude,
2.
let's go.
I know,
Finally.
bro.
Oh my god, this feels so good.
Can I even... You know what's next?
What's next?
Adventure Game of the Year, Tears of the Kingdom.
Perfect.
That's
perfect.
Dude, it's perfect.
Action adventure, absolutely Spider-Man. Adventure. What was
Adventure Game of the Year.
Adventure Game of the Year, no question. Tears of the Kingdom. There's no deny. I think it also won the same category in Game Awards.
I think you're right.
But it
I don't even know. It might have been classified as action adventure, to be honest.
Oh, it might have been
because it's hard to even like quantify now, like what even is. You know, we talked about that boomer shooter category, right? Of Steam. It's like, how do you even, along with music, right? We've evolved so much as a society to like creative medium.
Right.
How can you even put the same two, like Tears of the Kingdom and Ocarina of Time? They're kind of not the same game.
Not even
right?
Close.
Like, so you can't say like all Zelda games are just this adventure game, because they're not. How do you even define an adventure game? It's tough.
That's a really good question. Seriously.
Right.
I mean, that's it.
You know what you can define though? Family Game of the Year.
Ooh.
What do you think won that one?
I think it's Super Mario Wonder.
It sure is, my friend.
It. I really like these. I mean, not just because it's the games I love, but I seriously felt
you fall behind what they're saying, right?
Way more. I feel like than I feel like the
Hi-Fi Rush. When you know what I mean?
Does that not feel a little bit biased? Almost like it was like they played it and they just liked it a little bit more.
Right.
I mean, obviously that's okay.
No, I'm with you.
But it just feels like on a technical level, if you're gonna go like for best music and best sound design, I have no deny. I'm never gonna deny it that Hi-Fi Rush is probably an achievement of its own.
Yes.
But a AAA game like Spider-Man 2, come on, that's so different.
Definitely, man. And you know, I'll be real. I don't know what the DICE Awards process is for voting for these things.
Sure.
I do know what the Game Awards is, and I do know that from everything they have claimed, it's very unbiased. But there isn't a stipulation on beating a game, which
interesting.
And how can you quantify that? I get both arguments.
Sure.
I get the argument of how can you fully. I think this is where you probably fall in and I follow you.
Yeah.
How can you fully give your review of a game if you haven't fully experienced it?
Absolutely.
However, there is another perspective of basically in a nutshell, you know, do you need to experience everything if you have a definitive stance on something within the game? 30 hours in, 20 hours in, right? So it's tough, right?
It is
tough. I don't know if where this wheelhouse is, but to be honest, it kind of sounds like the voting is more geared towards people who've played the entire experience.
Sure.
I would say. You know, let's continue though. Fighting Game of the Year, Street Fighter 6.
Okay.
Racing Game of the Year, Forza Motorsport.
Good shit.
And to me, look at the list. That fits.
Yeah.
Both. Yeah. Right? Like compared to Nickelodeon All-Star Brawls 2, Mortal Kombat 1, F-Zero 99 was in there for Racing Game of the Year, and that's amazing, but I don't think that's a technical feat of
Not
Racing
really,
Game of the
no.
Year. If Motorsport didn't come out, okay, sure, we have a conversation. But continue. Role-playing Game of the Year, Baldur's Gate 3, no surprise there.
Absolutely.
Sports Game of the Year, MLB The Show 23.
Okay.
Strategy Simulation Game of the Year, Dune Spice Wars. Immersive Reality, Technical Achievement, Horizon Call of the Mountain.
I've actually heard really good things from that. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, I have too, and I'll be honest though, other than hearing it's good, I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything either. Yeah, I don't know if it sounds like it's a unique Horizon experience.
I think it's a pretty unique. Yeah.
I feel just on reading that, and I read this list once before we started talking about it, but I felt like my gut instinct on seeing that was like, you know my take on Horizon, and you know my take on Horizon about almost overhype because it's something new, it's new IP. It's great on its own, but in comparison to Breath of the Wild, where I really felt like Breath of the Wild did everything better,
absolutely,
and a lot of people argue the exact opposite. I disagree, but I feel like Horizon would be a crazy experience in VR.
I was gonna say the idea of also an open world VR game, which is what I've heard it is.
Really?
Yeah, I think that sounds like a technical feat in its own right.
Definitely.
So
and also the wheelhouse of, or I guess like the world building of robot dinosaurs, but I'm in that world. That sounds.
It does sound way more interesting.
Way compelling.
I honestly might play it, and I haven't even played the other.
Dude,
games.
if you do, we gotta talk about it.
We'll definitely talk about it.
Yeah, I would love to see it, and
I would love to.
Honestly, even if I don't see it, just hear your thoughts on it. If you dive into that, I would push you to do that. That sounds amazing.
Love to.
Next on here is immersive reality game of the year. That goes to Asgard's Wrath 2.
All right.
Outstanding achievement for an independent game goes to Cocoon. And mobile game of the year goes to What the Car. Online game of the year goes to Diablo 4.
Okay.
Probably the only list Diablo 4 is going to at all.
Yep.
Outstanding achievement in game design, Baldur's Gate 3. Along with outstanding achievement in game direction, also Baldur's Gate 3. And game of the year, Baldur's Gate 3. So, sounds like Baldur's Gate 3 really deserved it.
It definitely, and from everything I've seen, I think it does.
Yeah. And we talked on this list a lot more than I thought we would, but I'm so happy with it because it really, I feel like the focus was a lot more on Spider-Man 2 in ways it really deserved, and it didn't get recognition for.
Completely agree. I completely agree.
Because no one's really talking about how good the art direction of is in Spider-Man if it's just a nominee, to be honest.
Agreed.
Right?
I agree.
Maybe a little bit, but not to the extent that you're talking about.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Joshy, do you mind then if we dive into this week's headliner?
No mind at all.
Sweet. I don't even know if there's probably a little bit of discussion to be had, but I was really excited when I saw this news piece.
Okay.
The title, my friend, is Game Sent. Have you seen this?
I have not.
Okay. It's one word. Game Sent. Sent is capitalized.
Okay.
Is a new AI device that allows you to smell game worlds while you're in them.
What?
This story comes from IGN.
This is crazy.
This is nuts, bro.
What?
This literally took me back to the mini story that I was talking about being at E3 with my dad on like the kind of 4D breaking experience where you mentioned with Azzy. Check this out. The subtitle is Play It, Smell It, Fully Immerse Yourself.
That's crazy.
If you've ever wanted to fully immerse yourself in a game to the point where you can smell things that appear on screen, then I have just the product for you.
No way.
This also is like mostly directly quoted from IGN, by the way, as I felt like the whole story was really a massive meme.
I'm so excited.
Let's dive into it. GameScent is a new product that uses AI to release a scent that directly correlates to the gameplay on your display. In a press release, the company says that its patent-pending adapter allows the device to use real-time audio cues to dispense a scent.
Huh.
Yeah.
How does that even work?
I have no idea.
Crazy.
Because I thought this would be all visual.
Right.
Just,
that's what I would assume
based on the tech I was talking about earlier.
Right.
Okay, red flashing, hot, blue, a lot of blue, cold maybe, like whatever. So the cues are coming from audio to dispense a scent like the smell of rain during a storm or gunfire in a first-person shooter that corresponds with the game you're playing. GameScent is a small box that sits on your desk, compatible with PCs, consoles, and VR headsets. As the device can plug into either HDMI or 3.5mm jack because all it needs is the audio.
Wow.
Right. The device uses swappable cartridges to, quote, keep the sensory adventure going, end quote. And a clean air, I'm putting that in quotes because that's what they're literally calling it, is a clean air neutralizer, is tech that's inside that removes the scent after a steaming game session. Wow, I cannot speak. I also added in some like fluffy words, so let's restart. A clean air neutralizer removes scents after a steaming game session, so you don't have to worry about the smell of a smoky explosion filling up your house.
That's so funny.
GameScent president Casey Bunce said studies have shown that the sense of smell imprints into long-term memory more strongly than any other sense. And with GameScent, we're hoping to elevate gamers' experiences to be more exciting and memorable than they ever have been before.
Wow.
So out of the box,
is so fucking
isn't this fucking
funny.
crazy?
That's crazy.
Out of the box,
shit.
it comes with 7 scents. I'm sorry, including the neutralizer. So it has a scent for storm, forest, racing, explosions, and gunfire. And additional scents are being developed and will be available for purchase in the future, including a sports arena, blood, and fresh cut grass. Blood.
Oh my god.
And fresh
crazy.
Cut grass.
What is
they
that?
emphasize that.
Oh, you know what that could be?
What?
Farming simulation.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
it was like Minecraft was the first place I went.
Yeah, Minecraft too.
Yeah, that would add to the experience for sure. Also, $180 retail.
180.
180. You can actually get it right now.
Wow.
So, yes. This is a brand new device. What do you think? That wraps the story.
Okay, so just with complete honesty, I don't know if I would ever use it if I hadn't played Half-Life Alyx. 'Cause imagining that kind of experience with the Half-Life Alyx experience might be crazy. Might be like insane.
So when I was filling out the story and reading it, and I was really wowed by it. I mean, it is a meme, no question.
Definitely.
But it's also like I'm with you. Like I'm like,
yeah.
And I haven't experienced Half-Life Alyx.
Right.
I have experienced Tetris Effect. Sure. I have experienced some PSVR. Right. Actually, quite a bit of PSVR. Like when it first came out.
Right.
And Robo Recall and other experiences that I would say were not like virtual reality immersive.
Sure.
But I remember how I felt. We've talked about it plenty of times playing Breath of the Wild for the first time.
Absolutely.
And how you're glued to that screen. Right. And it's really crazy because I'm like, what if? What? Like I believe what their president's saying about there's long-term memory associated with smell, dude. I totally get that. That is linking my brain to things that have nothing to do with gaming.
Totally.
The smell of vomit. You will never ever acclimate to that smell.
Absolutely.
But you know what it smells like, right? Instantly, and you're almost like your brain is if you're not. Like if you're sober and capable, you'll automatically go into a mindset of I gotta take care, right?
Yeah.
So
I was even gonna say I have this really interesting experience with goat cheese. Have I explained this to you before?
No.
I thought I
But
had.
I think this is a perfect kind of segue conversation from it.
Possibly.
So, goat cheese.
So
tell me.
First of all, I extremely disliking types of foods.
Okay.
Because I never want to be the type of person who writes off a taste just because I don't understand it or anything like that. I just did it recently with blue cheese. When I was a kid, I hated blue cheese. I hated it. I literally thought it I'd smell it and be like, bleh, like that makes me sick.
I love blue cheese. I always have.
Me too now. So I trained my taste buds at Topgolf. I would take the blue cheese and I would rest it in my mouth. And I would kind of smear it on my tongue, and I would just taste it.
Yeah.
And I would taste it, and I would appreciate all the taste. Yeah, and take it in.
Wow.
I've wanted to do the same thing with goat cheese, but the issue is, I've been to a lot of petting zoos. One of the examples. Did you see the one at Ren Fair?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's goats there.
There are.
There are goats there, and there's also a lot of shit and piss.
Definitely.
And the smell of a goat, from what I've learned from these experiences is that they smell like a goat. They smell like, and goat cheese has the taste of a goat. You can taste the goat.
So you're
smell.
Associating that goat cheese with shit and piss.
When I taste it, Sam, it tastes like shit and piss.
Wow.
And I can't even remember the last time I've been to a petting zoo. Maybe at I went to a zoo a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
But it's so ingrained.
Butterfly Wonderland.
I don't have goats there, but yeah, that would have been a good example. But it's so ingrained into my senses. This idea that smell or taste of a goat is shit and piss. That's what it tastes like to me. And so I've tried goat cheese, and every time it tastes like shit and piss. It makes me gag. I just tried it again at work because we have goat cheese at work, and it almost gagged.
Are you gonna do that? Put it in your tongue.
I will
smear it around
I've
your
tried,
mouth.
but it makes me gag. That's what I'm saying. Is that I put it in my mouth, and I'm like, this is disgusting. It's literally disgusting. It feels like I have shit and piss. And that's not from the taste of shit and piss. That's not from the taste of a goat or a bad taste from goat cheese. That's completely sensory smell that I'm experiencing. Is this association, the visual and the smell of a goat, of seeing shit and piss.
Wow.
Right? And all that is all connected enough where the taste of goat cheese it's...
Yeah, I don't... Like, as you're describing it, I'm like,
right.
It makes total fucking sense.
Right.
I have nothing that I'm relating it to, though.
Yeah.
Other than maybe vomit, you know? Like, or...
I don't know if there's a lot of other experiences
but it's not...
with it.
I'm not associating that with, like,
right.
some other, like, food, right? It's really just, like, I'm associating it with the smell and the visual.
Right.
So, would you... At the end of the day, with this being said, would you be, like... Okay, take Half-Life Alyx out of it, which to you is a really good example.
That's an example where I like...
Would you like feel inclined to use this within your VR experience?
I think it'd be cool.
Yeah.
I don't think I would pay the money for it.
$180.
$180 is a lot of money.
That's a lot.
That's enough. Throw a couple stacks in there, and you got yourself a PlayStation Portal.
Definitely.
So which one are you going with?
Definitely.
Or like 3 years ago, you could have gotten a headset.
No, right,
VR headset.
right.
So it's just too much. I wouldn't think about it if I didn't have the amazing VR experience that I had.
For sure. You know, but Half-Life Alyx in there
with Alyx
would be interesting.
I could see myself, like, if they had games like Half-Life Alyx, I would love like a 360 walking. Like, I would walk to play that game.
That'd be sick,
dude. So sick, right?
That'd be so sick. Yeah. Honestly, if they had like that type of, like, you know, that tech exists because I've seen demos of it.
Yeah.
But like actual applicable,
right?
It's on the shelf now, and it's an accessory you buy for your VR experience, right? Like where you can walk in place and stuff. That's probably honestly what I'd like more than any other gimmick. Yeah.
Did you ever watch Ready Player One?
No, dude, I haven't. It's on my list.
That one's a good one.
Yeah.
But it's definitely it's in a world where all those technologies have come out and they're pretty perfected and they're kind of cheaper. Like you could probably get them for cheaper. And so just all the characters who are in that VR world are able to, like, they're walking around because they have like one of those pads. Like in their, like, trailer park or something. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
No, I'd be with it, bro. Joshy, so we're going to segue now into the next part of the show.
Yes.
Before I unveil what that is, let's take a little pee break. You down?
I'm so down.
Cool. All right, Joshy.
Yes.
So how this is going down is we had the next section is game drops.
Okay.
We are dropping the game drops.
We're dropping game drops?
Yeah, if anything is like worth bringing up, I feel like we can just put it into our kind of patch notes news section. Also, I did skip patch notes this week, if you didn't notice, because normally the only like piece of like definitive weekly patch notes we have is the Spotify Q&A.
Yes.
But I moved that response to our party chat.
Smart.
To fit the vibe of this
Very
episode.
Smart. Yeah. I'm loving it.
Like, not always going to be like that, but I feel like this week it's perfect.
Yeah.
And then next on the list after the game drops, side quest. And actually, especially because of how we have evolved and added this mini-series, it's not that I want to take away, but I feel like if kind of off topic, right, is the vibe you're going for with the series, you and I extensively cover off topic in pregame.
Absolutely.
So let's move directly to the main topic.
Look at that.
Man, are you down?
Yeah, I'm so down.
Yes, sir. I feel like it's just going to make everything like really concise and we still got the energy for it.
100%.
So today's main topic, Joshy.
Yes.
As you probably can guess,
I'm so excited.
From what I talked about earlier, Pokemon and following the wheelhouse of Pokemon Stadium in this theme. The episode today, my friend, is Pokemon Legends because as of, I think, yesterday?
2 days ago.
2 days ago. Thank you. Pokemon Legends is now officially a sub-series within the Pokemon universe.
Yes.
Which I get the feeling you are just as excited as I am.
Absolutely. And I was going to say, it's also possibly going sub the idea of generations.
Yes.
We don't know exactly if that's the case. We don't know, truthfully, what it sounds like from this latest announcement.
Yes.
Is what we're looking at is there could be multiple Legends games per generation.
Absolutely.
Because I don't believe right now we're out of Gen 9 yet.
I think you're right.
And I think what would be the call towards a Gen 10 would be a remake, right?
Right.
Which is not an announcement that we got on Pokemon Day.
You're absolutely right.
And
despite
also,
what everyone was thinking,
which, yeah, I was one of those people.
Me too.
You know?
Yeah.
That's
and all the things we heard about with gold and silver and black and white. We'll get there, actually, because there is some dissection within the trailer. You watched the trailer, I assume, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Of course.
Yeah. So let's get into the nitty-gritty. Audience is like, what are you guys talking about?
Yeah, what are we talking
about?
Guys,
there was the Pokemon Presents, the first of 2024.
Yes.
And I'm not sure exactly on Pokemon's history here with these. All I know is that in these events, as far and few as they happen, they're a pretty big deal.
It's for Pokemon Day.
Pokemon Day.
Yeah.
So is it only once a year?
It's once a year. Yeah, okay, but they don't always have huge, like the biggest announcements. But it was Pokemon Day, the announcement for most of the big games.
Yeah.
It's usually those, but obviously they're not always announcing the biggest, newest generation of a game. Sometimes I think last year it was the big thing was the DLC for Pokemon.
You're absolutely
Scarlet
right. Yeah, and I think if I remember right, when they unveiled Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Legends Arceus, that was during Pokemon Direct.
Yep.
Right?
It was a Direct.
Yes. Okay.
Which is not Pokemon.
So, Nintendo does their own thing. Pokemon does their own thing within Nintendo.
Yep.
With Pokemon being like a IP of Nintendo, but being extremely big outside of Nintendo on its own.
Right.
Probably one of the biggest.
Absolutely.
Sometimes people don't even associate Pokemon with Nintendo because of things like the Pokemon trading card game.
Yep.
That
Pokemon Go,
literally has nothing to do with
anime,
Nintendo. Yes.
Which is its own thing.
Yes, absolutely. It's huge, man.
Like cultural following behind it, yeah.
So, at the Pokemon Presents, I'll be honest, most of the info largely uninteresting. Stuff with Pokemon Sleep, stuff with this and the anime, stuff with Pokemon Unite, stuff with Pokemon, there's that mobile game, Masters, I think.
Yeah, Pokemon Masters, yeah.
But,
yes,
all the rumors, as we kind of alluded to, talking about, okay, during this announcement's going to be huge, because it's going to be the next mainline Pokemon game, potential to be a black and white remake, potential for a gold and silver remake. There was even an article that came out, you probably saw it, of it seems like they're going to combine black and white with gold and silver somehow.
Which was a huge rumor, yeah.
So what we got was a game that, and not any gameplay, just some visual and some dialogue and some concepts.
Yeah. And
then the title revealing at the end, Pokemon Legends Z-A. With, basically I have a little bit of info.
I think they're just calling it ZA.
ZA.
I think that's just the name. Yeah. But I think it's spelled like that.
Yeah, it's like Z dash, and you saw the whole animation of it too. It's all it's very fancy. Yeah. So we're just going to speculate and talk about this announcement. Being the big ass Pokemon fans I know we both are.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Absolutely.
So I want to preface before we dive into kind of the meat of the conversation.
Yes.
I want to leave this pretty open ended, but I want to really just I guess touch on the info that we know.
Yes.
And the info we know is that, as in the trailer and on the Pokemon website, this whole game is taking place within Lumiose City. Lumiose City. Yeah. Which is not in Gold and Silver or Black and White. This is the main city of X and Y.
The Kalos region.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which, that was not what I was expecting at all.
Absolutely.
At all.
But can I say?
Yeah.
Before we get, just while we're saying, that is what I didn't even realize was perfect, but is perfect. If you look at Pokemon Gold and Silver, Pokemon Black and White, all these ideas that we've had and everything we've heard, these games have extensions to the original game. X and Y is the only generation that stands alone with no DLC, no sequel game, no any kind of reimagining game like Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, no sequel like Black and White, no Ultimate Edition like Platinum or Emerald or Crystal.
You're actually right.
It's the only game that has standalone as the two. And I feel in my heart that this is the perfect direction you could go, because Black and White doesn't need it. It can have its own big remakes if they want. That's what it can do. And I think Sinnoh needed it, especially with the direction they were going. And I think, if anything, we can get into speculation.
For sure.
I want you to finish the facts, and I'll continue what I was saying.
Yeah, well, because I'm with you, and I'm so interested in your perspective coming from honestly, a really hardcore mainline Pokemon fan.
Huge mainline, yeah.
So, let's game. We don't have a lot of info, so there's not much really here. It said worldwide release 2025, so it's at least a year out, okay? Yep. And knowing Pokemon probably means it's going to be a big March through May release,
probably,
or a holiday release,
could be
November, October, and that traditionally follows, especially mainline Pokemon games.
Usually,
however, Arceus came out last January, or 2 Januaries ago. 2 January. So that definitely is a possibility. They're not afraid to do that.
Absolutely.
Okay? And it's just worth noting that what is on. I think the whole thing is stated in the trailer, but this is on Nintendo's website.
Yes.
It's Lumio City Urban Redevelopment Plan, right? Mm-hmm. So kind of making it unclear, and especially in the visual, it looks futuristic, could be in the past, though. So timeline-wise,
we don't know.
Unclear. We don't know. And then how does the trailer end? A massive symbol for Mega Evolution,
dude.
My guy.
Oh, that's
what
I needed.
Joshy.
So, I'm going to continue what I was saying, which was the idea that not only has this given, because I'm of the opinion that if a Unova Black and White game comes out and it's in the style of Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, I will be insanely disappointed.
Really?
Absolutely. Oh my God, you're messing with me.
I'm shocked,
so crazy.
Bro.
I despise those games. I think that they are some of the worst that that Pokemon Company has released when it comes to. It is the worst of any remake.
And you've opened my eyes to that
any project
because
it is.
I didn't see it in the lens that you did, and you noticed the lens in that trailer. It's in the first trailer of it.
It's abominable. Like what they've done with that idea of a remake. And I hope that there was enough fan backlash, or at least they said we're not fulfilled with what happened. The reason that this Legends games gets me excited, because to be honest, when it comes to Unova or Kalos, Unova stands above as one of the best regions, if in my opinion the best Pokemon game ever made, story-wise, lore-wise, gameplay-wise, animation, pixel art, the music I think is the best in the series.
I agree.
And
even
ambition,
layout of the world,
it
makes sense.
Genius. It's the ambition of it too. 150 brand new Pokemon. I'm not going to expect that from any kind of remake. I like to live up to something like that, but at least give the game what it deserves and the respect that it truly does deserve. And by not going down the line of here's a shitty remake that is not creative at all and is just 3D, it's like an up-res. It's not
not even modernizing.
No,
like just a more modern way to experience.
It's not even it's just
you know what I'm saying.
I do.
Yeah.
Because it's lazy. It's
lazy
bad.
Port
to
the modern world.
Literally feels like a modern port. It doesn't feel like it's the same framing. It's you line it up and that's abominable. That's horrible, right? And so, but that came alongside Arceus, right? So this idea that, okay, maybe Legends is not going to be a handheld release with a shitty remake and then a really good standalone title that takes place in the same region. Maybe this is its own series, and then we can still expect something of quality down the line. That's me also being ambitious and hoping for something really good, but it bodes well. That's all I'll say.
It bodes well.
With all that said, with the title and everything that we know about Kalos lore-wise, do you remember the character AZ?
You know I do. It's the big giant
He's
guy,
a giant that exists in the Pokemon universe that centuries ago had a massive Pokemon war, which is one of the only we've heard of beyond Lucario and the Mystery of Mew, where literal regions had a war with each other. There was a super weapon created. There was clearly technology that we didn't know about. Lore in the Pokemon games that is so mysterious and yet is only brought up in Kalos. This is the perfect game to do it. Also, there was no Pokemon Z game. This title is genius. ZA.
I was literally going to bring that up.
That's
the game that we all speculated that we never got.
And now it's being completely like redone. Kalos, Megas, all these ideas deserve more of a push. They absolutely do. One of the biggest appeals of Pokemon Go to me is Megas. I really don't think I have any need for that game beyond the fact that it keeps Megas alive. So not only is that interesting, but from what I assumed in my speculation from urban expansion is that it's going to be I don't think it's going to be as long back as Arceus is, but I think we're going to learn a lot more about the character AZ, the Pokemon War, and I think that this urban exploration or
urban redevelopment
plan is going to be turning the houses that were once in Lumos City from those old designs to a modern look, right? Which isn't going to be futuristic. What I know what you mean by it being futuristic. What it looks like to me is blueprints. So it looks kind of futuristic, but it's a blueprint in the same way you'd make the blueprint for the Eiffel Tower, but making the blueprint for Lumos Tower and
Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, the exact same thing. But that idea is super interesting, and I'm really, really fucking interested to see what they do in that sense.
Yeah.
I have other speculations too.
Yeah. Can I add one?
Add as much as you want because I need
one
to.
One speculation I have.
Yes.
Is the fact that when they showed the logo Pokemon Legends, it was displayed in black and white, which is not the vibe that Pokemon has ever really shown their logo, and they didn't show that with the last Legends game.
Right.
They very much shown, like, if I remember right, it was like a green Legends, like right across the bottom. Something like that?
Yeah.
Right? It wasn't monotone. It wasn't, or monochrome, I guess you could say,
sure,
right? It wasn't black and white. And with the speculation of rumors that were heavily on, like, focused on black and white, like we're talking about, that was one thing that stuck out to my mind. Do you think that was intentional?
I'm going to say possibly. I don't know if I can speculate that deep to say that that's what it is at this point, but I hear you and I'm with you 100%.
Know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Okay. And that's what I'm saying is that I hope, you know what I mean? But I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're doing with Legends. I don't know what this is 100% now. It's a series now.
Right.
You know what I mean? This is deep speculation that I really wanted to bring up to you.
Yeah.
So in the trailer for the final expansion, the Indigo Disc, when it showed off all the starters that would be available in the
the future?
No. In the Indigo Disc, the latest one, every single starter is available to find and capture in some way. So you can have every single starter in Scarlet and Violet, which is pretty cool.
That's really cool.
When they were showing off in the trailer, and they had a couple other Easter eggs that people were pointing out, this is the biggest one I can think about.
Okay.
When they showed off all these Pokemon, they showed off, and this is just so hype to me, they showed off when they showed each starter from the Pokemon Legends Arceus, it was accompanied by another Pokemon.
Can you give me an example?
I will.
Yeah.
So when they showed the shot of Cyndaquil, he was next to Torchic. When they showed and they were the only starters that were paired up in twos. When they showed Oshawott was next to Piplup. When they showed Rowlet, he was right next to Snivy. And the theory basically goes that this is a massive hint on who the next starter trio is going to be in the next Legends game, which people were saying there either is going to be in Unova, obviously was what they thought at the time, and they were like, this makes so much sense beyond the fact that it's Snivy. That wouldn't make sense because they're trying to go away from that generation.
Right.
So people were already theorizing. They're like, if this is some kind of thing, they would be breaking the code. And that's what kind of brought this theory and kind of shattered it for the original idea. But now that we know it's a Kalos region, not in Unova, this idea that it's Snivy, Piplup, and Torchic, that's fucking...
It makes sense.
It doesn't just make sense. It's absolutely plausible and possible because they wouldn't just pair up these three Pokemon. They didn't show any... When they showed all the other ones, they were by themselves. And they paired up only with Cyndaquil.
That's crazy,
dude,
man.
Right?
No, I'm not kidding. I'm with you. I really don't think that was unintentional.
I don't think so either.
And if that is true, I'm going to extend into... Are you shitting me? Torchic, one of my favorite starters ever, is... potentially a main starter?
Imagine Blaziken with a new form and a new Mega form because of that new form. Imagine Piplup Empoleon with a brand new form and a new Mega, obviously.
Yeah.
And then Snivy's Superior with a brand new form and a brand new Mega.
I'm not going to lie, of the list of starters, I don't know if I could think of another like trio that's
better than that.
No.
I completely agree.
Seriously.
So that right when I saw that, I was like, that's it. This is officially Pokemon. This is not some kind of like fan idea. That's how they paired them up in the trailer for the latest Indigo Disc, which at the time people speculated a new Legends game would be in works. All they did was confirm this even deeper. And I think you're absolutely right. Convinced. There is no doubt in my mind that it's Torchic, Piplup, and Snivy. I feel like they work together perfectly.
Yes.
I feel like the look of having Oshawott next to Rowlet and Cyndaquil works just as well as having these three Pokemon standing next to each other. And I can't think of a cooler three. Yeah, that's totally fine. I can't think of a three cooler like starters to have. Starter final evolutions to have.
No, dude.
I wanted to bring that to your light here because I'm
so glad you did.
Yeah.
Because I agree with everything you're saying. Like, just from the perspective of not experiencing that. Right. Like, I mean, this is the first time I've heard of that at all.
I'm just
and I haven't really dove in myself. I wanted to kind of bring some of my own personal speculation to this conversation without really going deep because I figured you probably were exposed more to the deeper side of things, and if anything, you probably had your own speculation like you do right now. Like, did you read this, or was this an idea that just came to you?
Not when I was watching it. I watched a couple videos and people were speculating, and people have been speculating. About it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. So no, this is. I'm so glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
What else you got?
So obviously there's the AZ connection, obviously,
which I actually made that connection myself too.
Yeah.
Like I was like, that is something I looked up because I was like, what is that giant's name? I couldn't remember. I thought it was like AJ or something. I'm like, could this guy be involved? And his name is literally AZ.
It's called ZA.
What the heck?
That's it. That is just complete confirmation that there is...
It has to be.
There is lore connection and there's something going on. I'm interested in that Floette idea of his like weirdly designed Floette. It's a Hisuian form. Have you thought about that? It's just it's the first time we ever saw a form, and it's because it was from long ago. And now you have the perfect example to not just have that formed Floette, but that formed Floette with a Flabébé and a Florigus. Yeah. That is exactly what it is. And I didn't make that connection until the Legends trailer, and I'm like, oh, the Legends game, the last one, had Hisuian forms. We're about to have whatever the original name of Lumos City was, forms of these Pokemon, and we've already seen one of them, and it was that Floette that was with AZ.
You're 100% right.
Right?
Yes.
Because it's an exclusive form. it's a different color than Floette, and it has an exclusive flower that it's holding. It's not the same form.
Yeah, no, you're right.
You know what I mean?
That makes me really think then, if I was to make a speculative guess,
yes,
this is in the past.
Absolutely.
You know, like this isn't, because it was really hard to tell. Like it really made it seem like it could be in the future or the past. You know, how much? Don't know.
Right.
Like
you can't tell me that's not an exclusive form.
You're so right.
And it might not even evolve into Florges. It might evolve into its own Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right on
You know what I mean?
No,
so
for sure.
So
and
that
all the lore surrounding AZ, like it's really fascinating. I have another kind of speculation on the ZA part.
Yeah.
Which, you know, just separating now everything we talked about, which I think is all true about Kalos and about the AZ character. Mm-hmm. What if then, you know, going with the rumors in Gold and Silver, what if the logo being monochrome, right? Like, what if also, because there's no starter that's from Gold and Silver. Even coming to my mind, I'm like, yeah, Piplup needs this desperately.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, who does Empoleon? Right?
Empoleon, yeah.
Definitely needs this because Empoleon is slept on. Empoleon is
completely agree.
Does not get
a water steel starter.
Penguin starter. It's so awesome in concept, but it's overshadowed by a lot of other water starters, including Blastoise.
Water starters and the two other starters that were there, Torterra and Infernape.
Yes.
Dude, that's an incredible 3 starters, but I feel like you have to naturally go for a Torterra or an Infernape. You know what I mean?
So the only one in my mind, like if I was to be like, why didn't they? It would be probably for Alligator, which is the water starter evolution from Gen 2. Yeah. Because very just forgotten about and slept on, and it's a base water type. Yes.
What's his name?
For Alligator?
No, the first.
Totodile. Yeah, and then Crocodile.
Yeah.
And
good shit.
So I guess like in my mind I'm like, why didn't they do Totodile? That as a question, right?
Right.
But I really have this feeling.
But you know why?
Like maybe this why?
Because they already did Gen 2. They're cherry picking a starter from each generation that'll be in these Legends games. So they already did Cyndaquil.
Right.
They already did Cyndaquil.
Oh, you're right.
So Snivy, Gen 5.
Yes.
They're choosing either one that was loved extremely, right? Or one that needs a little bit of love.
Needs more love.
Snivy,
yeah, you're right.
I feel like. They went, and if we're trusting this, Torchic, which I feel like is the Decidueye of this generation.
Absolutely.
Where people like Cyndaquil and people like Oshawott, but they're not fan favorites. Decidueye is absolutely a fan favorite.
Absolutely.
He was just like Blaziken. He was in the Pokken.
Yep.
Pokken game.
Yep.
Which was way before Incineroar got put into. Definitely. Which I don't think if he was in if he wasn't in Pokken, I think Decidueye would be the one put in instead of Incineroar in Ultimate. If they weren't going for...
I think you're right. And also, if I remember right, too, being on the Smash hype train at the time, Decidueye was really, like, if they were bringing
that's what people
Pokemon,
wanted.
People were wanting Decidueye.
And so the way that Decidueye, surrounded by 2 who need upgrades, it's Torchic surrounded by 2 that need upgrades.
You're right.
Piplup and Snivy. It's just perfect.
It is just
It's just perfect.
Yeah.
And why would they pair those guys up?
Okay. One more. Okay, going back to the speculation on the ZA.
Yes.
That also, to me, seems like a massive hint at going back to its roots. Because of just simplicity, right? It's like, okay, we got the alphabet, we got like where we started, where we're at, A through Z, right?
Yeah.
And then flipping it, almost like going backwards to its roots. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do.
Z to A.
Yeah.
And the dash is there, right? So it makes me really think like there is hidden intent. It makes me think there's a lot of hidden messages.
I think there's
just
way
in the title.
way more, especially with what Pokemon Company's been doing with even the disc Pokemon, which was lore-wise just like shattering to the whole community of Pokemon because there was so much secrecy, but there was so much setting up. And then they utilized it perfectly by releasing the Indigo disc and obviously the teal mask before it. Just perfectly setting up and executing. Yes. In my opinion, obviously people can say what they want about Scarlet and Violet, but that's what I experienced.
Definitely.
Another little detail that I wanted to bring up.
Okay.
I'm blanking right now. Fuck. Wait, I was just about to say something.
Search for it.
I'm searching right now.
Let me see if I got anything else I want to touch.
Oh, I just remembered.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Lore-wise,
yeah.
I think this is a perfect time because Scarlet and Violet just came out. The biggest theory, 2 rivaling nations are the ones that that had this massive war, right?
Yes.
Not Galar. What is the Paldea? Paldea is a very ancient civilization, right? That was there for a long time.
Yes.
And in the lore was in a Pokemon war. And there's remnants of this. There's a blacked out part of the map where Kalos is. Because in the Pokemon world map, it's Paldea and Kalos is right next to it. You can't access it, but it's connected with a land bridge. In the lore, check this out. I can get deeper.
Okay,
check this out.
Okay.
So in Kalos, lore-wise, from what we know from Pokemon X and Y, they had a massive super weapon that was extremely catastrophic. Team Flare, their operation was to try and reawaken the original legendary Pokemon that would send power to that ancient weapon, right?
Okay.
What we see in Paldea is a massive crater in the center of the entire map. It's surrounded by this massive crater, which has... Since that point, dude, I'm about to go crazy with theories because this lore is about to go stupid.
Yes, bro.
First off, I'm going to show you Paldea if you haven't seen if you haven't seen a picture, a map of it.
No, I
will show you.
This is the first time hearing of any massive ass crater.
So that crater right there, that's been there since ancient times is what they've said. But there's a mysterious amount of energy that comes from it because of the disc Pokemon that's located in the center of it, which has completely terraformed the idea of this. Check this out. I'm about to go fucking crazy.
Let's hear it.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's perfect.
So the energy that's used by the super weapon that was created is the exact same energy that we've seen throughout the series that's terraforms the environments around it.
Okay.
So in Pokemon Sword and Shield, we found out about this massive energy pool of this huge godlike hand that turned out to be the 3rd legendary, if you remember it.
I don't.
The 3rd legendary who you face with the 2 brothers who come back, that was the reason that Gigantamaxing happens, was because that creature lived inside the energy that existed throughout all of Galar. No, it was the end game of
I don't know if I remember.
Did you not play Pokemon? It was
no, I think
I can find a picture, but I don't remember his name, and he's got a really goofy design, to be 100% honest with you.
Okay, well, keep going. I'll fact check.
Yeah. So, and he's the 3rd legendary. So there's the sword and the shield, and then there's that guy who's the reason the gigantic
that was
maxing
Gen
happens.
8?
Gen 8 was the one,
okay.
Yeah. So check this out, right? There is a huge connection between all these games, which come with this idea of the energy that exists to power up this device, right?
Okay,
that energy was transferred to Paldea through the massive war where they completely decimated the center, which was originally what they claimed was the original kingdom's founding of Paldea. This is the lore you learn in history class of Paldea, was the ancient kingdom used to be at the very center of Paldea before it was destroyed, right? How would it be destroyed and leave a giant crater? We have the answer right in front of us. Pokemon X and Y, which is in Kalos, which is literally to the same, in real world, France is right next to Spain in the same way that they would do that, right?
Yes.
these two countries that are going at war was Paldea and Kalos, or whatever Kalos was called back then and whatever Paldea was called back then. This energy continues to exist within the legendary that was created from that moment, which is the disc Pokemon they just finished the DLC with. They just finished it. This is fresh on their minds. This is not them going to reach. Kalos has a massive reach, or a massive connection with the latest Pokemon game, and so it only makes sense for them to go. And they even mention it. The whole idea of mega evolutions are. I don't want to spoil too much.
Do it. No, it's
I
fine.
don't want to spoil too much.
Okay.
But there are connections between mega evolved. A Salamence is a good example.
Okay.
The design for a Mega Salamence looks just like the ancient form, the Paradox Pokemon Salamence, which is like Slicing Wing or something like that, right?
Okay.
The reason this is because that energy that was used back then, which is Mega Energy, was used to create that crater, and it is literally connecting these two regions through the energy that exists within them. Megas in one, terrestrializations in the other because of the legendary it created, and all the Paradox Pokemon that were created through that said legendary. So what we're dealing with is finally a conclusion to what they're setting up right now in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
Wow. And what they've been
setting up. There is no question in my mind. This is all mostly lore-wise, right?
Definitely.
But everything they've been doing with Sinnoh, they've already mentioned in history class, we learn about, and in the DLC, we learn about ancient types of Pokemon. And we learn about ancient Pokeballs, which we played in Legends Arceus, which came out, and then Scarlet and Violet came out. They're literally directly referencing the last Legends game that came out, and I have no doubt in my mind this next Legends game will be the partial lore to the war that happened between Paldea and Kalos. There's no question in my mind.
Wow.
There's no question in my mind.
That's actually nuts.
That's all lore that you learn.
Yeah, just lore. Yeah.
It's just lore.
I also found the Pokemon, right?
Yes.
It was like the third. It's Eternatus.
Eternatus. Yeah.
Eternatus?
Eternatus. No.
Eternatus, yeah.
Eternatus,
Poison Dragon type.
Yeah.
I remember that guy.
Yeah.
I did that whole quest.
He's the reason that Gigantification happens in that region.
Yes.
And he is... the
energy source,
yes,
more or less,
in the same way that those energies all exist together. So the reason Gigantamax gives forms is the same way that Mega Evolutions give forms, and through that connection to Paldea, Paradox Pokemon, and even to a degree terrestrialization, which is the outcome of the legendary that was created from the use of that super weapon.
Whoa, dude.
In the same way that we know that those kind of... And it gets even deeper lore-wise if you start bringing in Eternatus being not from this universe and being the source of the energy that exists in Kalos.
Right.
Because in Sun and Moon, we learn that Eternatus is not from this dimension. He is technically an Ultra Beast. We don't learn this directly, but this idea comes in through the idea that there's not one dimension in the world of Pokemon, right?
Yes.
We're living in the current one that we have with Pokemon, but Pokemon like Eternatus, not from this dimension. Came through a wormhole that brought this different energy that completely powered the tool that created the disc Pokemon and created all the special, and I swear they're gonna explain the origin of Megas, which we already know as being like that kind of like relation with like Pokemon that died before, right? And those Mega Stones that exist. It's only gonna get explained.
Dude.
It's gonna be the origin to Megas. It's gonna be...
I think you're right.
Dude.
I think you're right. And
right?
the thing that hypes me the most about the entire conversation, even going into it, I'm even more hyped now, I'll be honest.
I'll tell you what, Sam. I have been on this train for months. Remember when I was first getting into the theories, before the DLC was even announced for Scarlet and Violet, one of the biggest theories was there has to be a Kalos expansion that is going to be a part of the DLC, because that part of the map is blocked off. It's a land bridge.
So this trailer coming out,
this is
literally
confirmation that has been predicted months ago, that I have been on this train about. And the fact that it's a Legends game, and it's ZA, and we already have that Floette design, we already know about the super weapon, we know about the lore of AZ, we know about all this shit that's been going on. It's the extension, in the same way that Legends was the extension that came before Paldea, and Paldea is going to expand into the lore of what happened. They went crazy on the lore in Paldea.
Nuts,
I'm telling you, man.
I'm hyped.
This is what I've been sitting on. And once all the DLC came out and it ended with the Indigo Disc, and there was no expansion to Kalos. If anything, there was an expansion to Unova, and we were like, what's going on with that? That's kind of a strange situation. Why would you set up all these connections to Kalos, introduce the region that was a part of the Great War with Kalos that was introduced back in the 3DS? Why would you do all those things? And now it makes sense. It makes
so much
sense. They were setting
setting
up for Pokemon Legends ZA.
What if even on top of everything you just said, another added dimension of what if this is why we haven't gotten Megas until now?
I actually completely think it's going to be the explanation. I think not just an explanation, but the
like a patch in lore explanation.
The complete utilization of what a Mega is. And obviously, people could say, well, Pokemon Company wants to do new things with their shit.
For sure.
But they've been setting it up lore-wise too perfectly.
Dude,
I'm telling you, I have been on this.
So hyped.
I thought it was going to be DLC, but it's a Legends game. They've been planning this. I bet you they've been working on this since the last Legends ended.
I think you're right.
And Pokemon Scarlet and Violet came out, the DLC. They were working through everything. They said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to finish the disc arc and everything that's connected with Paldea in this game. As the DLC, we're going to finish this up, right? And then the next game is
They're already ready to move on.
I'm telling you,
like, seriously.
This was what they've been setting up.
Wow, man.
They've been setting this up.
I'm so hyped. It's seriously, like, the most hyped I am for all of this was that unveiling of the Mega Evolution symbol at the end of the trailer. Because where my headspace immediately was going was, without knowing anything you just said, it was like, oh my gosh, this is going to be the origin of Megas.
The origin of Megas, new Mega Evolutions, right? Brand new forms.
I'm so hyped, it's fucking stupid.
It's stupid. I promise you, man, I'm with you. Because this is what I've been expecting. Dude, I've been waiting.
I have one more question for you.
Please.
Nintendo stating, just in a very similar way, the same kind of like fan outcry. Because I saw Reddit too where this is posted. I saw people, just what they're saying.
Right.
And people are worried that Nintendo said the entirety of the game takes place within Lumiose City. So instantly, you know what that means, right? That means everyone, all like the generic fans who aren't like maybe even like in the nitty gritty or just the fans.
Sure.
The very loud Pokemon fans.
Of course.
Talking about
which
power,
they're loud.
Right?
Yeah.
Very loud.
Extremely.
Okay. A lot of what I'm seeing in consensus here is like, okay, how can you give us a Legends experience? How can you give us anything like Arceus? And not me trying to defend them being like, well, obviously it's going to be a different game. Right. But how are they going to make like this experience, and they've now set up what Legends is supposed to be.
Right.
At least in a scale of this is not a small side Pokemon adventure.
Yeah.
This is a big deal. Right. And this is like the things that affect the mainline game. So it's almost like a sub-mainline Pokemon game.
Absolutely is.
In ways that Pokemon Coliseum, that's not
No. This is a brand new experience because everything that we got, which was we've never gotten new forms, we've never gotten new Pokemon, full new legendaries introduced in a spin-off ever before this. So we're in a new era.
So does it concern you at all that they're stating this is only taking place in Lumiose City? Do you have any kind of, where my mind's going with that is like, shit, does that mean it's not going to be even, it might be like the same kind of 3D run around and much more in depth than a regular Pokemon game, like a mainline, right? But what if there isn't really this big I don't know, all the draws that brought us, like, that we got with Legends Arceus, with catching Pokemon on the fly, with all these new features, with, just a very different experience that we've talked about. Are you concerned at all that it's just going to be within the city?
Not at all, honestly.
Not at
all. I'll explain why. And there are plenty of ways that you could make this work perfectly. One of the biggest things that I've heard from reviewers that I really like was the emptiness that existed within Pokemon Legends Arceus.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, and it's supposed to be in the wild. Of course that makes sense. You're researching Pokemon. You're the one going out and braving the wilderness. It's a wilderness, right?
It is.
So it works for me. I was totally okay with it. And if you're not down to get in that headspace, I can get it because it is kind of an emptier game. You know what I mean? Naturally, it's not like Breath of the Wild where you're consistently finding new things, but the way I see it is that if you can set up an initial area that is so expansive and full to the brim, there is so much you could do with that. I also saw blueprints, and here's my thing. I'm not going to try. I said this about Tears of the Kingdom, and I was wrong, and that's okay. I think you will be helping build the city and upgrade it over time. I believe it's going to be just like, this is what I'm getting from the blueprints and everything I saw, and the fact that it's strictly in the city. It's going to start off as pure wilderness with a couple of houses and settlements, and it's going to be like Colony 6, the way you extend it, and you eventually build the tower, and slowly over time it's going to look like it's being built, and then you get it maybe by money and collecting Pokemon, getting sponsors. I don't know, but that idea of strictly setting it in that city, if anything, one thing I felt Arceus was missing was the necessity of the town. It was nice, and it was good, and it was great because it was a settlement, but there was not much you could do to it.
It eventually hit hub world vibe.
It was just a hub world. Yeah. It really was, to be honest, to get to the select screen. If you are telling me you're going to bring the hub world to the outside landscape, and theoretically, what was the word they used? It's the they're talking about building. They're talking about redesigning.
Yeah. It's I have it right here. It's their urban redevelopment plan.
Tell me that doesn't sound like building a town.
It does.
Tell me that doesn't sound
100%. That kind of verbiage is what's used for Colony 6.
That's what it is.
You're 100% right.
It's urban redevelopment.
Dude, I'm so glad I asked that question.
Because that's what's going on in my head. And honestly, I said the same thing for Tears of the Kingdom, and I was hoping it would have some
for sure
building a town element. There's not really any there. No spoilers.
They didn't do anything like branching off of what they did in Breath of the Wild with building that.
Yes, yeah, there is an expansion on that.
Okay,
but to be honest, that's the most you'll get.
Okay,
and building your own house and those kind of things, which I loved, and I loved that for. But I was hoping that it would be like there are central parts in Hyrule where it's all a Terran town. That was my stupid theory that I had, and that's okay. I love theorizing about that. But I got obsessed with Colony 6 in Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. I was obsessed, dude. I couldn't stop expanding. I literally got... I got metagame, too. I never really go to metagame, but I found...
Within a JRPG? Yeah,
absolutely.
Sure.
I found respawn points, and then I would turn off the game, close it, and it would change those respawns, and I would run through this area, pick up all the things. If I didn't get it, I would return to home menu. You have to close the game off completely. I got into it. So if you're telling me there's urban redevelopment in a Pokemon game with wilds that exist outside of expanding that territory and finding secrets all in one map, you're telling me that there's no more map select, which was one of my least favorite parts about Arceus?
Absolutely.
You're telling me it's one world? Okay,
seamless.
Give me more better news. Like, give me better news than that. The people who are upset or disappointed are not thinking about what that could mean for a game that you play. I could be completely wrong. I absolutely could be, but I have a hunch on this one that that's what they're setting up. Because they would be fixing everything that I found a little unnerving about Arceus.
Yeah.
They would be fixing the complaint of emptiness. You don't want it to be as empty? Build the houses. You're extending on this game that might be able to last longer than Arceus. You're not getting rid of anything, but you're telling me this whole city, which will eventually become, by the end of the game, Lumos City, that shit makes me excited.
That sounds amazing.
I am so happy we had this conversation because, to be honest with you, with everything that you were telling me about, like, just, I don't know, conjecture and hope for this, because it sounds like we kind of combined the conversations 2 in 1. What we think is happening, what we hope to happen.
Yeah.
And
I didn't mean to. That's just what I hope and what I think are one and the same.
It's perfect.
And that's why I'm so excited.
I am so, like, you have, like, taken the conjecture in my mind and really, like, given it a lot of structure with a lot of basis, especially in the lore aspects. And the one hesitation I had going into this conversation was that question. I couldn't imagine for myself. I didn't dive deep, but I couldn't imagine how could this be anything, I guess, for me and what I want from Pokemon within the confines of one city. I couldn't envision that, and you just laid it out in a way that I am so behind.
They called it urban redevelopment.
Urban redevelopment.
There's
plan.
Why would they?
This has to be in the past.
Of course.
Like, and not primitive.
I'm
like,
not,
just in the past.
Exactly. Right? In the past, it's the story of Lumos City. It's the story of building that city. And I have no doubt in my mind that it is going to be, I think it's going to be tighter. I think it might be less literal area space because it's not about adventuring into the wild. It's about taming the wild. And I think it's about building and getting money, getting Pokemon. I don't know what you need. I don't know if they're gonna do there's certain Pokemon that can help build things faster. If they're looking at Power World and thinking the idea of this, the hype is through the roof. Because not only did everyone that I've been involved with predict that there was going to be Kalos material sooner than we thought, they just confirmed everything we've been thinking about lore-wise. They're hinting at it with the name. We've already seen the special forms that existed over 10 years ago. So
even the Florges thing, Flabebe, like that's crazy to me. I completely forgot about that Pokemon.
It's a specific form we only saw once, and it wasn't available. You couldn't get it. You couldn't get that Pokemon. It was just for the lore and the story. And after Legends Arceus, I am convinced that Pokemon will be of abundance. You will find it in the wild alongside other Pokemon with original designs and brand new forms and a bunch of other shit that I am extremely excited about.
Can I also say that one of my favorite legendaries ever is Xerneas?
Xerneas?
Yes. For a lot of reasons.
I love Xerneas.
But
I have that figure.
Design-wise, yes, bro. Like it's a beautiful, beautiful Pokemon.
Yeah.
You know, and like it was all these things at the time too of being brand. You know, X and Y. Let's not forget introduction of Fairy type.
Fairy types,
right?
Absolutely.
Changed the entire game from a dragon dominant space.
Absolutely.
Like forever.
Absolutely.
And Xerneas was at the forefront of that, being the first legendary.
Yeah.
It still is the only legendary that's full fairy type.
Yeah.
Right?
And
dude.
And look at even
I didn't honestly expect to be this hyped.
Dude, that announcement was exactly what I should have been expecting, and I'm not kidding. I think this is still Gen 9, and I think that this is not the start to Gen 10. This is just my theory, though.
Okay.
I think that
might be the only thing I disagree with you
I think this is finishing up Gen 9, and I think Gen 10 is going to be remakes and the next generation.
Yeah, that I see that point, and I think it very well could be. There's a possibility for both. I'm going to be on the other side, though.
I want that.
I'm going to be on the side of,
and
I think this is going to be the start of Gen 10.
Yeah.
I think that it will still follow with remakes. I think we are going to get a for sure better rehash, like more of a new age, let's go, gold and silver. I think it's going to happen, and I think that's especially prevalent from me literally being in Pokemon Go and seeing how successful, how it's still going.
Absolutely.
And I think they've really learned a lot, and that the Pokemon company themselves could really rehash and use that. And I think Gold and Silver really needs it, even despite having a remake that's not that old in the grand scheme of things.
No, and
right?
beautiful.
And beautiful as hell.
Brings a lot of new things.
I really think this is going to be the start of Gen 10, and I think, Pokemon fans, this is almost like a slap in the face to them, to be honest, in a way of all the outcry that they've had for Power World, bro, trust Nintendo. Okay?
Absolutely.
Like, seriously. Like trust Pokemon. Like, trust that if they fuck up, which I think they did in a lot of ways with Scarlet and Violet.
Sure.
That does not mean they're down and out.
No.
Of all companies.
And that's also, I'm agreeing with you, and that's coming from a Power World player.
Yeah, for sure.
I am putting my faith in Nintendo, and guess what? If they disappoint me, that will further the idea that if you can't stick with the race of making something of value that people get hyped and look forward to with being disappointed, you're not going to last.
No.
To be 100% honest. And the sales will show it, and if that means, pulling back on the brand of Pokemon, which I can't see right now, they need to stick this landing, to be 100% honest with you. And if they don't, it could be bad news.
I completely agree. Yeah. And I'm more hopeful for...
Oh, Huckadoo!
Hey, Huckadoo, baby. I'll pause real quick and Hucky out of here. Okay, Huck's out of here.
Yes.
Joshy, how I like to really wrap all of this, I now have more hope for Pokemon than I thought possible. I honestly, because of all the hype, where my headspace was at with waking up, a couple mornings ago and seeing the announcements, I was really, really expecting almost a beautiful, Pokemon's learned now, especially with Power World putting pressure. Okay, they're making a really done right remake of Gold and Silver or Black and White or some combination thing. This was not at all what I was expecting. And I'm so happy we had this conversation because genuinely leaving this, I am more hopeful and hyped for Pokemon than I have been in a long time.
Absolutely.
A long time,
Absolutely.
bro. Even going back to Sword and Shield and it being the first Switch Pokemon game and stuff. The hype I felt is very different from what I feel right now.
Absolutely.
And I think Pokemon is really... I really think we're far from anything close to them just running to the ground. I think they still got it.
I think they do too.
I think they're willing to take to push limits that most companies will never.
I completely agree. Completely. And I'm a Pokemon fan. I honestly probably always will be.
I hope we are forever.
I hope so too. I hope that they can seriously make something special.
Me too.
They've been setting it up, to be honest with you, perfectly. We've literally known about some kind of expansion to Kalos since before the DLC happened.
Crazy.
And this only is expanding on that. So to wrap it up, I'm extremely excited. I think there's a lot to dig into from the very little they gave us. More than I thought. I don't think I could be more excited.
Yeah, dude, I'm so with you. It's crazy. It's about a 55-minute main topic.
Yeah.
With nothing much to talk about from what they gave us, Yeah. You're 100% right. And there was a lot more to unpack here than I thought. Thank you so much, Josh. This was a beautiful, beautiful main topic, and I think it really exemplifies the spirit of the cast, to be honest, between both of us and things to be hyped for,
Absolutely.
So, Joshy, let's segue right now into our party chat.
Let's get it.
What time is it now? Boom, boom, boom.
It's 12:30.
Beautiful. Got a late night ahead of us. Let's chug these. Hey, you know what? I'll finish this and crack a new one for our trivia, which we'll get to in a second. So, Joshy, for party chat this week, Party chat is for our audience out there. These are reader and or I would say reader, I think reader mail. All the way back from Nintendo Power, little submissions.
Right.
Ooh, you got the tweet stack.
Yeah, that's what I always do.
That's beautiful.
I have a picture on my Instagram.
5 right now. Stacked straight up. So this week, for the write-ins, I haven't also been reaching out and sending messages as much because I've been so busy. But it's perfect because following the theme of kind of one thing per topic today, per segment.
Yes.
We have Johnny responding to Spotify's Q&A. Nice. So let's dive into that. From episode 27, I asked, based on our conversation around the big three, Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, who's going to be on top in 5 years?
Yep.
Johnny said...
I'm excited to hear this.
Yeah, he said, I don't know, but I think we're for sure getting a PS5 Pro model with more storage. And I think he's absolutely right on that. I think it's going to get announced this year.
I agree.
And maybe even drop this year, too.
It could.
I also bet it doesn't matter what the next Switch is capable of. No, I'm sorry. He said, I bet it does matter what the next Switch is capable of in terms of performance. And that was a conversation he brought up to me directly at the bar. He really feels strongly in like disagreements with you and I that Nintendo needs to be pushing in some way their hardware in this next iteration.
Did I not say that? I thought we agreed with that. I thought we said they have to because they're 2 generations behind. Didn't we say that?
We did, but at least from what I remember, from what you said, in my perspective, is that it's much less important for Nintendo than in comparison to Microsoft.
That is
Sony.
Still true.
I definitely think
that's definitely true. But I also do agree with Johnny. So I don't think there's disagreements at all. Yeah. I think that if you're using the power and the capability of a Wii U, which is 2 generations behind, it's not sustainable.
For sure.
The Switch, if they're making a Switch 2 and that's their next console, the truth is there is no what's the word? What's the right word where it's like, you know, the kind of like appeal of a brand new gimmick.
Yeah.
What's the word for that?
Like
there's no the shock, I'm
getting what you're saying.
That's not gonna sell a Switch 2.
For sure.
There has to be some kind of upgrade. So I'm with Johnny in that. And I kind of
feature.
Yeah,
more or less.
Like I was gonna say like
new feature because you know Nintendo's always
the nuance.
Pushing
what's
those. Nuance is a good word for it.
Whatever.
Usually I'm on that wavelength. Right now I'm not. Yeah. I apologize.
That's okay. I hope also my opinion is known that I completely agree with that, and I think that that's how Nintendo has to go.
Yeah, and I'm probably less on that front, and that was what I was talking with Johnny about directly. Is that I really think like if Nintendo is keeping up what they've done during this generation with the Switch, software-wise only, and the Switch 2 comes out. There's no new gimmick. Like, there's no, like, you know...
Novelty.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry to interrupt.
I'm with you. No, it's perfect. It was there. You were cooking, bro.
I was.
So, novelty.
The novelty of the portable Switch, the console and handheld.
Right. So, definitely, if the Switch 2 came out and it was portable only or it was dock only, that would be a disaster, okay? Comparative to what Nintendo has set for the expectation of their experience, right? Yeah. But they're always usually trying new shit, right? And usually, as they've even said openly, they're trying to do it before anyone else, okay? And they've done that. They've done that with fucking... Let's even go back to the Virtual Boy, the first ever VR gaming
VR
thing.
heads,
okay, and now you and I are having a conversation today, 25, 30 years later, that VR is actually approaching total viability.
Right.
30 years later. So Nintendo is very, like, they're not afraid to do
They started motion control, like, the craze
They started the first mass-produced gaming machine that had a capacitive touchscreen.
Yeah.
And it didn't just have that, it also had a non-capacitive touchscreen. It had 2 fucking screens, and they did that at the same time.
And touchscreens weren't the thing back then. No. I mean, it's not like a touchscreen, it's a, what is it?
It literally had a stylus.
Yeah. What was that called?
Well, capacitive. So a capacitive touchscreen is a pressure-based touchscreen, and there's advancement to the level of depth with tech, but... For example, modernized touchscreen that I have in my iPad that you had in your phone. I mean, the first iPhone. Yeah. It could handle. It's a multi-touch.
Even the Switch.
Yeah, the Switch is
it's
a multi-touch. There's a deeper word for it, but it's a multi-touch touchscreen. Yeah. So in that, it's much higher. It's not pressure-based. It's sensor-based off of heat, off of your fingerprint, off of the plushness, right? So you couldn't use a normal stylus or a pen. Like, I could take this pen and use it on my 3DS.
Right,
you can't do that on your phone or on any of those.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So even with that being said, like, you know, touchscreens were still around. Like, we had, like, fucking phones that were like the Palm Pilot, and it had a little stylus.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to use it.
Of course not.
So it really was the first piece of tech that, especially in the gaming wheelhouse, where you were willing to use a stylus on a capacitive touchscreen,
right,
like crazy. Because even then, the Vita, the competitor that came out a year later, that was a multi-touch display that was way more advanced. Absolutely. But it's just showing that, like, Nintendo, like, if they implement their ideas software, if their software backs up their vision of the hardware,
right,
it does exceedingly well. Right?
I do.
And, like, other than really, I would say the Wii U, where I think it just fell flat. There was some software that took advantage of that multi-touch, the gamepad, and, like, you know, how we've talked about how it's your bag for Wind Waker, or your map, and how amazing it is.
It wasn't multi-touch, though.
Yeah, maybe I misspoke.
It was
like a touch screen.
I know what you
multi-screen.
Multi-screen, yep.
You know, it was implemented well a little bit, but they didn't full send. They were already working on the Switch and advancing the Wii U, and you could feel it.
It was the evolution to the Wii, and
exactly.
The Wii U had to have an evolution.
But you could even feel that they were going half-assed.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like some of the best, and now looking back, the best games we don't have that are on the Wii U, it's 2 Zelda remakes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So, do they, you know, as opposed to where we're at now, in the current gen and looking ahead, as you said last episode, every piece of software you could possibly really want on this system, Nintendo has done.
Yeah.
And they're still going. So, looking ahead, backwards compatibility, I think that's got to be assumed. So, really, I just under this belief, to wrap up and bring it full circle, is I really think if they keep up what they have with the software, and it really is a small hardware upgrade. I'm talking, it's a, you know, the reports are saying it's not even OLED. Okay?
Right.
So if it's just a slightly bigger, better resolution LCD, and it's slightly just better, it's just a slightly better Switch, but the software, like we're talking about with Pokemon, like Zelda continuing in their direction, they go, whatever.
Metroid Prime
4. Okay, if they continue on the software path they've been on, I think the hardware is largely unnecessary.
And you know what? I am with you on that.
Really?
I am with you on that, to where I see where you're coming from. But there comes a point where, truthfully, there has to be some kind of upgrade to stay in the game at all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like exclusive Nintendo games are great sellers, and they absolutely will be. But when we start moving on to things like the PS5, and we're going to have games that are tailor-made to that kind of software, you can no longer bring the new FIFA to Switch. Because if you're building something on the PS5 or the Xbox One or even PC, a Wii U is going to be impossible to port to. Unless we're going to start getting more of those, like, remember those Game Boy releases?
You're right.
It's just going to be impossible. Yeah. So I'm with you to where I see where you're coming from, and I agree to a degree. But there has to be some sort of change to even be a console in the modern day. Yeah. There can't be... It can't run worse than the Xbox 360. It can't run like just as okay as a PS3. Yeah. You gotta get up. You have to. Yeah. You know what I mean? Just for games.
Yeah, and I'm with you. In fact, I would say even because I'm largely really just talking about a look ahead, speculative 5-year standpoint where we at, and Nintendo has very demonstrated this generation, especially with the conversation of hardware. Right. There is many games to the point where I'd say most next-gen games that are on PlayStation or PC/Xbox Game Pass, they're not available or playable in any way on Switch, or they're playable with this new idea of a streaming game, right? Sure. Like the Kingdom Hearts series came to Switch, but it's not actually played on the Switch. It's a cloud game, right? Yeah. So I don't think there's success in that. I don't think the tech will ever advance to that kind of level to satisfy a serious gamer, I would say. Yeah. You know, not necessarily hardcore, but a serious gamer, okay? Yeah. Like, it's the techie stuff and fluidity and like graphic fidelity and how the game feels. I can't stand any kind of delay in my control stick. So I don't know if cloud gaming will ever get there.
No, I don't think so.
But I do really think I'm standing my ground.
Yeah.
Just in a sense of Nintendo has exemplified this generation more than any time in the past, especially with them about to pass PS2 sales. Like, I think it's going to happen. I think the Switch will be the best-selling console of all time within a year. And I think they've exemplified that they didn't need any ounce of, like, the hardware needed to be enough to push what they want.
Right.
But it doesn't need to be compared to Xbox and PlayStation and how they're going with their direction of fidelity, which no doubt that is a very traditional gaming experience.
Just to, and we can move on pretty soon, but just to kind of throw this idea at you real quick, is that we're not looking at just the next 5 years, because let's look at the lifespan of the Switch, right? It's been around for 7 years?
Yeah.
8 years, coming up on 8, right? This year?
I think it's going to be 8 this year.
Yeah.
Very soon.
Very soon, yeah. The capacity of that Switch and everything that it was able to handle towards the beginning of that gaming existence and everything that we had going on, right? That is a completely different story than, let's say, us in 7 years. If you're telling me that the Switch Pro is going to release, next year, in 7 years, if it hasn't had any kind of prioritize of upping the tech or in some way making it better, we're looking at more than 5 years. We're looking at at least the lifespan of the Switch. We're looking at, this is something we got to think about for a while, and Nintendo needs to think about.
You're right.
Is that we are, by the time the Switch 2, theoretically the name, the time the Switch 2 is at the point that the Switch is now, it would be so under, the power of the Switch would be so under everything else that is available, it would not even seem viable. It would seem like a joke. And I think Nintendo needs to prepare for that. This is a console that is going to last for a lot longer than right now, or even the next couple years, or even the next 5 years, to be honest with you. Even in 5 years, you're pushing it. That's 3 generations behind, and more generations are coming. In 7 years, the PS6 will be out.
Yeah.
And, you know what? And there's just nothing you can do about... Nintendo needs to know, get it done now, so you can rest later.
For sure. Actually, I will add on one point that I'm with you and Johnny both on.
Yes.
In a different angle, which is going away from software, and I do legitimately feel like I agree with both of you guys on, especially on the stance of just wide success and future success.
Right.
In a sense of Nintendo's got to get the shit on lock, which here's what they don't have on lock. They do not have an online like party play voice chat infrastructure on lock at all.
Right.
Messaging, dude, we are still adding each other via friend codes. We have stuff that's better now.
Yeah.
But it's so much later. It's so
outdated.
They're like 10 years behind, it feels.
Absolutely.
Here's the big thing that I feel affected by as a modern gamer playing a Switch. And you probably feel this too.
Probably.
It is the lack of proper advancement in the hardware. Joy-Con connectivity, controller connectivity, okay? And, there's like one more. Oh, Bluetooth headsets, okay? With both of those, I don't know if you've noticed this. This is definitely something I've noticed a lot. Playing a game like Smash or playing like 8-player Smash, or you have like a Joy-Con that's disconnected.
Sure.
The Switch has such limited Bluetooth connectivity, and it's only using that Bluetooth like for the headset device and controllers.
Right.
So the more you connect to it, it has limits. You can only connect 4 wireless things to your console, and they added the feature like 3 years later for Bluetooth headsets, right?
Right.
I've used my Bluetooth headset a lot on the Switch. There's two major things wrong with it. Number one, the audio quality is shit.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's shit.
Yeah.
It's nothing like the audio. You hook up just a Bluetooth headset to your PS5, you don't have a drop in audio quality.
Even my Oculus, man.
Even your Oculus.
Yeah.
No, the audio quality from a Switch, it sounds like they filter it through a toilet.
It does.
Before it gets to your headphones.
Does. Yeah.
For why? Second, by the way, it gets worse if you connect two wireless controllers. So with just one, your one Pro controller connected to your Switch, the audio quality, I would say, significantly drops. The time it doesn't, it's when you're playing in handheld mode and you're not cooking up any other Bluetooth connection besides your headset. It slightly drops.
Yeah.
It's still not perfect.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That's where I'm
with
at.
you. I'm
know
with
what
you.
I
I'm
mean?
with you.
So, and then connecting the Joy-Cons, like, all the things that we have had and the problems, I mean, like, with the success of the Switch, it's really easy to forget that we're still in the age where Joy-Cons fucking suck. I'm just going to say that.
No, I'm
just
with
in
you.
a way of, like, where we are at with tech-wise in the world, where we're at with, like, the beauty of holding that PlayStation 5 controller, what it feels like. The hardware feels so tight. And don't get me wrong, I love the Switch Pro controller, but I can hold the Switch Pro controller compared to the PS5 controller and feel a difference in quality on that controller. It
Absolutely.
has micro
That's
abrasions on
yeah,
the pack
that's so funny.
of X, circle, square, and triangles for a grip. Are you kidding me? That's such an attention to detail that is actually insane. On top of it, has a touchpad on it. It there's no issues. It even fucking plays sound from the game to your controller.
It has colors. It has you know
what I mean?
No, I'm with you.
So I actually want to add on to your guys' side of like I do feel Nintendo needs a dramatic improvement on their inner tech.
But that's what I wanna kind of put my topic or not my topic, but what I just said to that exact point. The idea of the friend codes, the tech, the connections, all these ideas were not that bad or different from what we were dealing with 7 years ago.
You're right.
So
You're absolutely right.
Where does the Switch 2 have to be this year in order to not be what the Switch is now?
Yeah. No.
So that's what I'm saying.
I think you're right.
There is a necessity that has to be done, and I think that's what Johnny's saying is if they can't do that, then that's a big, massive fumble that is going to be essential to the sales of the Nintendo Switch.
I think
2.
you're right because they almost even for like me, right?
Yeah.
Or like it sounds like a little less you, like sometimes Nintendo or sometimes like these companies they get a pass. You ever heard of the Nintendo Pass?
I give it to
Pokemon Pass, all the Zelda Pass. Okay, they get it, and sometimes they really just get it for free. Okay,
Totally.
Because again, two of the best games locked on the Wii U. They are remade Zelda games.
Right.
They're amazing. But I can definitely say out loud they're getting a pass there because they're remakes. They're not even original, like, designed for the console from the ground up. You know what I'm saying?
No, I do.
So, we're not past that yet. And I actually, like, to really wrap this up, I'm so with you guys. And I think that all the technical side of things that we just talked about with, like, Bluetooth and with, like, these party systems, whatever, it's beyond gaming in a sense of, gaming is like an additive to what you already got going on.
Right.
And in the world that we got going on, with the laptops we got, and not everyone has the latest, greatest tech. In fact, most people don't.
Sure.
But I think in 5 years, if we are in the same place,
right.
I actually am kind of like now really thinking definitively it would be unacceptable.
Exactly.
It would be embarrassing.
It would be embarrassing. It wouldn't work. It would, I'm completely with you. You know what I don't think is embarrassing or bad? The response that Johnny had. What a great way to get us talking.
Yes.
And actually, like seriously, that's probably one of the best, like
conversation starting questions.
Yeah.
That we've ever had written in the show.
Yeah, but also just even his response too.
Yeah.
Like you guys don't have to agree with us at all.
Ever.
If anything, we love it. If someone came in and said what they're feeling, what they think.
Yeah.
Not that people don't do that, but
for sure.
I know Johnny, when he talked to you off cast, he kind of apologized. Never feel sorry for that.
I completely agree.
As much as you possibly feel. If we even say something, write us in.
Yes.
Say, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
I
don't know if you all heard me when I was talking about it in the plugged in. Let me reiterate. Questions, comments, corrections, and discussions. And
easy.
Really, a part of that is disagreements. Because, to be honest, I think the world would be a really boring place, Josh, if we all just agreed with each other.
Of course.
Right? We're interesting. Even you and I, we have so many things that we're similar in, but we are different. And we feel differently about things. And that's what makes our conversations interesting.
Completely agree.
So I'm so with you, Josh. Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you, Johnny.
Please keep sending writings like these. And I hope everyone really just takes that into account, too, if they're filling out the Spotify Q&A. Yeah. We want to know really what you guys think, not what you think we want to hear.
We want to hear, because we will talk about all of it.
We will.
And we will never shame anyone for an opinion you have. So just throw it all direction.
All direction, baby.
Yeah.
Joshy, our kind of last upbeat section here to really wrap the show before we get into our epilogue here.
Yes.
We have our class trial.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, this has been going very sporadic over the last few weeks, right? Because we had the special episode for the 6th month, and we had that crazy trivia we both did, which that was so much fun, and we got good feedback on that.
That was fun.
We're definitely doing that again.
We got to.
Yeah. I feel
was a fun one.
Whenever it calls for it, we definitely.
Next time you got to put in some fun music. Or something
You're so right. I actually I'm kind of ahead of you because I've started to look more at Brad's files, and there's one song that is this close to being the vibe I want for trivia music, but it needs one added thing, and it needs to be longer. So I'm gonna work with Brad, and I'm working on it right now. And you're right, the trivia needs music.
It's gotta have some music.
It does, some upbeat kind of that one time when you did the thwomp sounds, and your Paper Mario,
right?
That has music during it that fits so well. It's kind of the vibe I'm going for. So. Joshua, let's dive into our class trials.
Yes.
Let's get some trivia. So, I asked you to grab some trivia
I did some Pokemon trivia.
Hell yeah.
I just found an article that I thought these were really fun.
Oh, cool.
But they're with the anime, and they're with games, and then they're,
Hell yeah. Let's hear it. Let's dive into it, baby.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's get it started.
As Joshy says, I'm so ready.
All right, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's do it.
Alrighty,
first question. How many evolutions does Eevee have?
Ooh, let me think. So we got the first 3. We got another 2 in Gen 5. We got another 2 in Gen 4. 7. We got Sylveon. I'm going to say 8.
That is correct.
Hey!
8 is the number.
Let's go, baby.
Alrighty. This one's from the anime, so but from OG. I didn't go anything modern that you haven't seen. Which Pokemon is Misty's main Pokemon? OG, first season.
Starmie.
I'm gonna give it to you, but it's technically Staryu.
It's technically Staryu?
Because remember, Starmie is it's the evolution.
Right.
And I don't think she gets it ever. I don't think he ever evolves.
Really?
Yeah, I don't
Why
think
do
so.
I have this
Cause
in my mind, she had a Staryu, but early in the anime it evolved to Starmie.
It fought a Starmie that was on this other girl had a Starmie, and
it was the chick from her own gym.
Yeah,
you're right.
And
you're
absolutely right. So the Staryu fought the Starmie, and eventually I think it beat it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought the same thing when I saw that.
I'm gonna give it an L because
really?
I do consider myself a Pokemon fan, and I have seen that OG anime as a kid, and I rewatched it. I should know that.
That's okay.
So thank you.
That's okay.
Beautiful.
That's all right. All right.
Also, can I just say though?
Yes.
I am not really I guess as a kid and even as an adult, I don't know, the design of Staryu, it was cool.
Yeah.
But it was whatever.
Yeah.
I really loved how they portrayed Raichu and Starmie in that Pokemon
the anime. Raichu especially. They made Raichu
so
scary,
crazy.
Dude.
Have you ever heard of this small tidbit real quick? Have you heard of the lore behind Raichu?
Like
and how it was gonna have a third evolution?
Yeah, it was do you know the name?
I do.
You say it.
Gorochu,
yeah.
So they were gonna implement it into the anime.
Yeah.
And then as I got the idea, they were developing the game. So they were gonna implement it in the game, first and then put in the anime.
Yeah.
However, and they were going with the vibe of Pikachu's cute and fluffy.
Right.
And so Raichu's more serious.
Yeah.
Gorochu's going to be like macho,
like a demon,
strong, a demon.
Yeah.
Kind of like a lesser Magikarp Gyarados.
Yes.
But because of the limitations they ran into with the Pokemon they wanted, the ideas, and then the hardware, they literally couldn't fit it in the decks and the design.
So
they cut it,
they just
and then they never put it in ever.
And then they introduced Pichu.
And so then that was a 3 evolution line. That's the max we got. Alrighty, here's a fun one from the anime.
Okay.
How old is Ash at the beginning of his adventure?
Ooh, 13?
I'll give you one more guess.
12.
Wrong.
What is it?
He was 10.
He was 10.
You remember that?
No, I don't.
He was because he finally
so
turned
young.
10. I know, 10 years old.
Oh yeah,
Christ.
he just turned 10,
He just
and
turned
10
10.
is like the.
That's when you go on
youngest.
your Pokemon adventure.
Could you imagine going
10
in your
years old.
Pokemon, leaving your parents' house at 10?
Yeah, that's too much. Pretty funny though, right?
No,
Yeah.
that's hilarious.
Alrighty.
I love like the ambition of Japan sometimes. Like it's like, hey, kids, go out in the world.
Yeah.
Dude.
What? Well,
What
because
the
that's
heck?
kind of a thing in Japan, from what I've learned, is that it's like kids just go out because there's a lot of forests. You just go out in the forest and you try to find beetles. Beetles are huge. That's the whole idea of Animal Crossing, is you like catch like
Cicadas.
stags. Yeah, cicadas and stags and all those ideas. It's funny though, because like even in One Piece, there's like references, because like any like guy in the show, not even just not a guy, but like the more like younger at heart characters, so like Chopper, Usopp, and Luffy. Usopp and Luffy are like the same age at the beginning. They're 17. They like are obsessed with beetles. Like if you find a beetle, it's like so cool. Like on Jaya, Luffy finds a stag beetle and he's like, look at this beetle, and Chopper's like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. What do you think's cooler, that beetle or the One Piece? And he goes, oh, that's too hard to choose. The One Piece, the ultimate treasure, or just
What a
beetle,
meme, bro.
It's so funny. Alrighty, this one's kind of tough.
I also love, by the way, that you pulled anime questions, because that's definitely where I'm much less familiar with.
Yeah, you think so?
Especially because I only really have seen the first series.
I knew you watched the first series though.
Hey, my man.
All right, you ready?
It's been a long time, so it was perfect.
Yes, it is perfect.
I'm ready.
All right, this one's kind of tough. How many types of Pokemon are there?
Ooh, okay. For some reason, like 16 is kind of coming to my mind, but let's run through. So we got like electric, grass, water, fire, ground, rock, dark, steel, fairy. We have bug, psychic, ghost.
I think you already said ghost. Oh, you said dark, yeah.
Poison. I'm definitely missing something. Flying. Fighting.
Yep.
Normal. It's 16. What am I missing?
It's 18.
It's 18.
You missed ice. You didn't say ice.
Ice.
And then I'm trying to remember all the ones you said, but
What's your hunch?
I'm trying to think. You said,
I said rock. I said ground.
you said steel. You said fighting.
And dark and fairy. So the new types are out.
You said fire.
I said fire, grass, water,
Electric.
and electric.
You might have not said fire.
Dude, did I not say? I swear.
You said electric first.
And then I thought I said water, fire, grass.
And then you said water, grass, and then you said ground, rock. I think you skipped fire.
No!
Aren't you a Charizard fan, dude?
Oh
What
my
the
god, I'm
fuck?
fake.
So there's 18.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Know what I missed?
That's which one?
Dragon.
No, you said dragon.
No.
Yes, you did.
No.
You said fairy, and then you said dragon. And I saw the connection that you made in your brain, because you said fairy, then you said dragon. No, it was fire.
Maybe you're right.
It was fire.
Maybe you're right.
We could go back in the
Yeah, we
footage.
definitely
We'll find
could.
out.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
I'm not gonna, but you know, if if y'all listen in and you're like, oh Sam, you dumbass, you missed this, let me know.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Beautiful.
Some of these are just fun, so I'm gonna hit you with some fun ones. Who voiced Pikachu in Detective Pikachu?
Ooh, that was shit. I haven't seen it, but it was Matt Damon, bro. It was Matt. No, what the fuck? Ryan Reynolds.
That's the one.
Yeah,
There
I'm like,
you
what?
go.
I can see his face.
Yeah. Alrighty. This is a little bit out of the game. So a little bit of real life, but I think you know this. Who was the first Pokemon ever designed?
Shit. I think this was a question I asked you.
You did at one point.
On the Pokemon episode.
And I got it right.
The first Pokemon ever designed.
Mm-hmm.
I have a hint?
I'll give you
any hint.
A series of 4. All right.
Oh, start with 1.
Okay. No, I'm gonna give you 4 as a select, and you can choose. Okay. Ready? Bulbasaur, Mew, Rhydon, or Arceus?
It was Rhydon.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
You know why I did those 4?
Why?
Because Mew is genetically the first Pokemon. Bulbasaur is the first and the number 1. Rhydon was the first designed, and Arceus was the original Pokemon who created. Anyway,
damn, bro, you're putting so much thought into this. I fucking love it.
All right.
That's crazy. It was Rhydon.
Yeah, right.
Especially with knowing that
it's crazy,
was it Miyamoto? No, Miyamoto got the inspiration for Zelda from going out in the woods.
I don't remember the original guy, but it's not anyone really big.
I think it's Matsuda.
Matsuda, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
I believe so. Alrighty. What is Mudkip's final evolution?
Swampert,
you got that one
easy. You got it, baby.
Alrighty. What type of Pokemon is Wobbuffet?
Wobbuffet is psychic type.
That's correct.
Yes, sir.
Attaboy.
Hey, we're looking good. I'm coming back.
Yeah, you are. How does Pikachu evolve into Raichu?
Thunderstone.
That's right.
Boom.
All right. This one's super interesting. We'll see what you can get. But it's a little bit more simple than you might think. Okay.
Okay.
So just.
I won't think too hard.
Pokemon is the second best-selling video game franchise behind what?
Oh.
Not a video game, a franchise overall. So just go with your gut.
I'm gonna go with Tetris. Yeah.
Think?
Or Mario Kart.
Well, it's Mario, so it's a franchise. Mario Kart would be a part of that franchise.
So it'd be Mario.
Yeah, that's right. So
okay.
I don't know what to give you. You can have a part of point if you want.
I'm gonna be impartial. So
okay,
I'm gonna do no point.
Okay, that's perfect.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. Maybe
it makes so much sense to me. Mario Party, Mario Kart, fucking all those, the original Mario, New Super Mario,
games, all the
sports games.
It's so old. Yeah.
64, Sunshine, Odyssey,
Mario Wonder now. Mario Kart in and of itself being one of the craziest selling Switch games ever.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right.
It's the number 1, no question.
No question.
Last one, you ready?
Yeah.
All right. What town does Ash start his journey in?
Pallet Town.
That's right, baby.
Hey.
You're pretty good.
Hey.
You're pretty good.
Not bad. Of what I really calculated with 1 being impartial. Oh,
I have a fun one.
Let's do it.
I was gonna kind of skip it, but
bonus.
You want to do a bonus?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm so down.
What was the first Pokemon Ash ever caught in the anime?
It was. I think it was Caterpie.
You're correct. That's right. That's
yes, sir.
Right.
That gives me 8, baby.
Woo!
Missed 3. Joshy, I have 2 bonus for you.
For me?
For you.
What?
For no other reason other than I was just prepping the episode, and I don't even remember how.
You thought it'd be fun?
There's just something that came up about Pokemon, and I said, I'm going to just put this in here for you. So it's just 2 questions, okay? The first question is, which 2 starter Pokemon have dual typing in their first stage of evolution?
Starters?
Starters only. And there is only 2.
There's 2. I didn't even know there's 1. I'll be honest.
Oh, you know.
Do I?
Uh-huh.
I do.
Because I'll give you I can give you a generational hint if you want.
Give me a generational hint.
Okay, your first hint is Gen 1. Your second hint is Arceus.
Oh, wait. Is it Rowlet?
Rowlet's 1.
Yeah, flying in grass.
Yep.
I somehow completely missed that was a dual type until I had I thought it came in his second one. And you said Gen 1?
Gen 1.
Is it Bulbasaur?
It's Bulbasaur.
Yeah, dude.
It's Poison Grass.
Poison Grass?
Yes, sir.
Wow. In Gen 1 they had a Poison Grass?
Right.
Damn, I thought Ivysaur was the...
That's what I thought.
Wow.
Yeah, I actually forgot.
This is news to me, honestly.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Good shit, bro.
Let's go.
Then I have 1 final bonus question to wrap up our class trial. Which 2 generations of Pokemon do all 3 starters retain their monotyping throughout every evolution? So
it's Gold and Silver.
Gold and Silver is one of them.
Oh yeah, there's 2.
Absolutely. There's 2 generations.
Yes. Monotyping. Let's see. We're going mainline, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna go with
No. Fuck.
I'm gonna go crazy. Gen 8.
You are correct.
That's right.
My friend.
So Rillaboom is just grass type?
Yes.
Wow.
In fact, Rillaboom
I thought he was...
and Scorbunny and the water wonderful
yeah,
guy.
his name's
the Gecko.
He was my starter. What am I doing? No.
I do not remember.
Wait, hold up. I'm a
because I chose Scorbunny.
I named him Bobble. Because his name's
Sobble.
Yeah, Sobble, and then Inteleon.
Yeah. Oh, dope ass name.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Yeah, so those are the
That's crazy.
only 2 gens. They're monotyped the whole way.
Wow.
In fact, even further is all 3 of those
Inteleon
get
was.
a Gigantamax.
Yeah.
And Gigantamax can have a new type, but they don't. They're
so
all
crazy.
monotype.
Wow, I literally ran through all the generations. If you want to hear
In
my
your
thought
head?
process, yeah, I was like, right off the gate, I was like, Gold and Silver. I know that because I was thinking Typhlosion.
Yep.
And his new type, and I was like, he didn't have a type before that. Neither did the Crocodile. I forget
For alligator.
For alligator.
Yep.
And then neither did Chikorita or whatever the final one is.
Into Meganium.
And then obviously it couldn't be the first generation. 3rd generation, obviously the start of firefighting. So obviously that's not the case.
Right.
Continues with Gen 4, so
Yep.
you can eliminate Gen 4, 3, 4, and 5, right?
Absolutely.
And then 6, I had Fighting Grass, which was Chestnut.
Yep.
So obviously that's not the
Can't
case.
work.
Gen 7, I know for a fact Incineroar was Dark.
Yeah, you got it.
Dark Fire.
Yep.
We're forgetting Fire. What's going on? And then Gen 8 is the only one because just played Gen 9 and they absolutely don't. So
no, they absolutely.
And I was
don't.
honestly, I was like, that's the only one that works. So
it's there.
I had to run through my knowledge, man.
Shit,
had to run
baby.
through it.
Had
That
to,
was
bro.
a great question.
You liked?
I like those.
Oh, yes.
Those are awesome. I
Yeah,
learned
dude.
something. I feel like both times.
Yeah. I
something
actually,
I didn't realize.
I think now that I remember, I just looked at a list of the starters, and I was like looking down, and I'm like, who could they have?
Yeah.
Without knowing what you said about your speculation, which I think is spot on.
Right.
But I was like, man, they could have for alligator. Wait.
He's got,
They're all 3 mono. You know, I'm like looking through
Yeah.
it, and I just built it for you. So
I love it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, man, we're
That was awesome.
big Pokemon fans.
That's
around
right,
here.
baby.
So, Josh,
Right.
with that being said, my guy, let's wrap up.
Let's wrap it, man.
You down?
Absolutely.
As you know, as tradition dictates for
Yes.
our show,
Yes.
we're gonna end with a quote. Shonen sentiment,
That's
if
right.
you will, but
That's
it is it's well beyond being honestly just directly from a shonen or an
Sure,
anime or
or an
anything.
anime.
It
Yes.
could be anything. Okay.
Could be.
So the quote I have here for you, let's see if you can pick up what I'm putting down.
Let's see.
It's pretty lengthy, so bear with me.
I'm ready.
Okay? The game is fun. The game is a battle. If it's not fun, why bother? If it's not a battle, where's the fun? It's a test that you pass or a quest that you fail. A race against time. Fun and battle always locked together. But the game is also something else. It's a journey. A passport to new worlds. Maybe even an odyssey. A look, a feel, an exploration. Close your focus and open your mind. Yes, the journey requires the right ticket. And that ticket is Nintendo Switch. I fucking love this guy, bro.
Reggie is
So this is such an
dope,
amazing fucking
It's an
speech.
amazing speech.
I'll say it
quote
again.
that all the
We're not
time.
even done. I know, because you quote that if it's not fun, why bother? But this is the whole speech behind it, okay?
Yes,
And I want to
yes.
see if you can tell me where he said this, which I think you can. But I'll restate this last sentence, and there's a couple sentences left. Yes, the journey requires the right ticket, and that ticket is the Nintendo Switch. But in the end, it's not just where you can take your game. It's where your game can take you. Reggie Fils-Aimé.
Such a good quote.
This was at E3. Do you know what year?
2017?
It was. It was 2017.
Yeah.
And pretty much Reggie going out with a bang.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. I miss him.
What a dope quote.
Seriously, an amazing quote.
Amazing.
That is so well said, too, and I love the way he delivers it. If it's not fun, why bother?
Why bother?
Yeah.
How he talks,
He's
everything
so good.
about it. Talking about somebody who represents I don't know, gaming and that brand.
And the fun part of Nintendo.
Spectacular. And I wanted to say too, I actually specifically looked up. I was trying to look for the "if it's not fun, why bother" quote.
Yeah.
But I had no idea this whole. Maybe I listened to it and just forgot.
Yeah.
But the whole speech behind it, I'm like, I have to put this entire thing.
It's so good. So I just remember if it's not fun, why bother?
Yeah.
That just sticks with me because it's like the game. If it's fun, that's what kind of matters here.
Yes.
If you're not having fun, why even bother?
Why even waste your fucking time?
And that's the day that I quit trying to play the Souls games. These games suck.
It's true. You've been a change man
I am.
ever since. Joshy, that wraps up, my friends, this episode of The Flash Brothers, episode 28. My friend, how do you feel?
I feel amazing, man.
Feel good?
I feel really good.
Yeah.
I think so. What about you?
I feel amazing. I feel like I want to hit Chipotle right now.
Dude, I'm actually hungry.
You still down?
I am down.
Yeah? Yeah. Or we can
So
hit,
down.
Is there another food vibe that is kind of hitting you?
Whatever you want.
Because I honestly really feel Chipotle, since I brought it up,
Yeah.
I'm good with going with my gut on some things,
For sure.
you are with games and anime. So if something sparks my, I'm kind of picky when I eat.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm very
Right.
I'll eat depending on my mood and what sounds really good in that moment. And I don't like to eat the same thing every day.
Well, if it's not tasty, why bother?
Why bother? You know what I'm saying?
Simple.
So the fact that I still...
You want it now?
When I went back to food
you'll
just
want it.
now,
Yeah.
oh, Chipotle, it's still
Yeah.
there.
Right.
That means we gotta go.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Okay.
100% with you.
So let's wrap this up. Thank you so much for hanging with us, my friends,
Thank you,
and
guys.
Showing all your love and support.
Seriously.
We really, really appreciate you guys sticking around.
God, it's so much fun.
We hope that this episode was the highlight of your day this week.
We
friends.
pray that it was.
We pray.
We pray.
And I think this episode is literally coming out the 1st of March. So that is hype. And that's exciting. Going into this next month.
Yeah, and also check out the pregame because it'll be released for the first time on a leap year.
Absolutely.
Probably for the first time in
That might be ever.
Ever.
It
could be ever. Or we could just make it a point one year.
But
or every 4 years.
No, yes. Yeah, for sure. And honestly, I think we will. But
we should.
What's really dope is that it fell into place naturally. We didn't have to do anything else. So.
Yeah. So if you
Grateful
guys want to check that out, it'll be coming out.
Yeah.
Oh, it'll already be out by the time you're hearing this.
That's right. Yeah,
That's right.
absolutely.
So go check it out.
Yeah, guys, check that out. Dropped yesterday. Don't forget to send your listener submissions for next week's episode.
Please.
Or just answer that Spotify Q&A. One last plug.
Yeah.
Patreon.com/FlashBrosPodcast or send us an email, flashbrospodcast@gmail.com. You fucking got it, baby.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining me today, Joshy.
Thank you, guys.
Let's get that flash dap.
Oh,
flash dap.
Got
you, brother.
We learned a lot today, huh?
Yeah, we sure did, bro. It's been a very, very, honestly, I feel really exhilarated.
Yeah,
Probably more
absolutely.
energy than I felt at the end of an episode, especially this season.
Dude, yeah, what just happened? I feel like we got hit with
I
energy.
think we just didn't... I
don't think we
I
overdid.
took your advice.
Yeah.
I didn't write down things to talk about.
I agree.
We just let the talking happen.
I'm with it.
If you're thinking too hard, why bother?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
If you're too tired, why bother?
That's what I'm saying,
That's what's
Joshy.
up.
I fucking love you. Thank you for joining me this week,
I love you,
as
Sam.
always, and diving into Pokemon with me.
Of course. Thank you, everybody else, and make sure to check us out. Check out the pregame because they're always so much fun. I want to push those because they are so much fun.
So much
and so
fun.
much fun to listen
Let's
to.
do it again next week, yeah?
Absolutely. Be there again.